Hello, everyone. This is Dr. Claire Moon, and welcome to another Aligning Light Astrology Transit Report. This one is going to be about Saturn and Pisces square Jupiter and Gemini, which is going to be spanning from mid-May of 2024 to mid-May of 2025. So if you are here for the first time, thank you so much for joining me today. If you are returning, thank you for coming on back. I'm going to be time stamping this. We're going to start off with overviews of the planets involved, the signs involved, the aspects involved. Later, I will get to rising sign horoscopes, but for right now, I do want to just do kind of a general overview and introduction to give us a lot of things to think about as I'm doing the more specific rising sign horoscopes. So I hope you'll stick around. I know that some of it might be a little dry. I'm going to try to do things for beginner astrologers and more advanced astrologers. So, no matter how far you are on your learning journey, hopefully there is something here for you today. Best way to use this information. So a little bit of background about me. I do have a bit of a foundation in Hellenistic astrology. And it's not that I only use whole sign houses, but I do mainly use them. And today I will be using whole sign houses. So if you are someone who is more used to looking at your chart from the Placidus or Porphyry or any other quadrant house system, this can still work for you. I don't see why not. You can take whatever you want, whatever works for you. And if those are new terms for you, whole sign versus quadrant based house systems, don't worry about it. But most default generators for charts are going to put it in a quadrant based system, usually Placidus, except if you're using the Chani Nicholas app. She does whole sign for hers as the default setting. Now, how I kind of reconcile this, because it did come up I did another Saturn and Pisces rising sign video a year ago. This is the follow-up to that, but this was an issue in my last transit report. So I want to cover it now. So how do I reconcile the fact that we've got different house systems? So just quickly, imagine that this is us. We are a cup. And I love this cup. I got this from a thrift store about a month ago, and I'm obsessed with it. But depending on the angle that we look at here at this cup, the angle that we see it at, that is like looking at us with a different house division system or even a different type of astrology. So like, for instance, I have a Vedic astrologer that I see. I don't know how to read that kind of astrology. I see the charts he's throwing up, they're square. I can't even read them. And I love it. It's amazing. So when I'm talking to him, maybe I can see myself like this and I can see that there's a handle. But maybe with, using like tropical, astrology or Hellenistic astrology, maybe now I can't see that handle, but that doesn't mean that the handle is not on the mug. It's just we're getting a different point of view. And then what we can do is take all of these different angles, and just like our brain does, we can make kind of this very rich and fleshed out idea of what is going on in our lives through astrology. So basically triangulate with all the house systems, triangulate with all the astrologies. There is no right or wrong answer, but just like, don't be in the comments being like, why isn't it this way or that way? Because I'm using whole sign houses. So that's how we're doing it today. What else? So the best way to use this information then, if you don't already have your chart in front of you, you can pause this video, go to places like AstroSeek, Chani Nicholas's. I think there's a website too. It's not just a phone app. I'm pretty sure there's a website that has the chart generator on that as well. Astrodienst is another popular one. So any of those are great places. Get your rising sign. And then later, when I'm talking about, so maybe this is a good segue to bring up the clock. So depending on what the rising sign is, so like this theoretical Leo rising person that has 27 degrees of Leo rising, this is their first house in the whole sign system, Leo. And now that I know the rising sign, I can get really specific using house topics. And so, for all the Leo risings, when we get to your horoscope later, we'll know that we can then talk about 8th house topics when we're talking about what Saturn is doing for you. And we can talk about 11th house topics when we're looking at what Jupiter is doing. So that is why and kind of how. And on that question of rising signs, Y, whole sign, Y. Here we are. So now that we're kind of all on that same page, I think those were the only. Oh, yeah. And then also, I also have an astrology cheat sheet that I made up. It's more like a beginner guide because it's several pages long, but I have that linked below. So if you are new to astrology or you just need a quick reference guide, it's a really good reference guide. It has several tables of symbolism of planets, signs, houses, all that stuff, and kind of the basics of how to get started looking at a chart. So that's linked below, my astrology cheat sheet. And then also, if you're into learning astrology in general, I'm also going to link below all my favorite astrology resources in general that I like to just direct people to when they're learning astrology. But then another little thing before we dive into the actual transit, my sources. So I have all of these linked below, but just to rattle them off here, and I did put links so that you can purchase all of these books if you want to online. I tried not to link to Amazon, but get them wherever you want. The first one is going to be Ancient Astrology, Volume 1 by Demetra George. We'll be looking at this book a little bit. T. Susan Chang's 36 Secrets, a decanic journey through the minor arcana of the tarot. We will be bringing in some Decans work today, which also means, of course, I'm going to be referencing Austin Coppock's 36 Decans workshop from NORWAC that I went to and I just keep re-listening to. Don't have the book, wish I did. I think that's most of us. And then we also have Vidius Valen's anthology, the Mark T. Riley translation, the Chris Brennan one with the pickies on it. And then finally, just another supplement. Kyra Ryberg is another astrologer who I've linked here just to an article on the Decans of Pisces. But right as I'm recording this, she actually just released a whole Decans workbook. So you can go to her website, purchase that if you want, unrelated, but like that just came out and I love the Decans. So those are my 5 sources. And so I'll try to bring them up today when I'm thinking about them, but just so y'all know where I'm getting some inspiration from today. So I think that's it. I think that is kind of the main setup here. So thanks for bearing with me through that. Now looking at the chart, I am going to actually remove a lot of what we have on here. So if you're wondering, oh, Hellenistic type astrology, but I got some asteroids up here. You bet I do. I was actually just looking at Juno. I use the nodes. I use Chiron. I use the lots. Actually, no, I want those. And I do use the outers, but we're still using Hellenistic rulerships. Oh, that's probably a good little caveat to note too. Along with whole sign houses, also using traditional planet rulerships to help to make the delineations that I'm going to be making today. So now that we've done all the caveats, but before we get into the actual delineations, let's start setting up, but kind of brick by brick, what we're working with here. So let's start with Saturn. Saturn, they have their journey. It takes about 30 years for them to go around all of the signs of the zodiac. They spend approximately 2.5 years in each sign. And Saturn went into Pisces in March of 2023. So you might have, I believe it was March 8th of 2023. And so again, linked below my last Saturn and Pisces video. Really good to listen to, some other time. If you want to pause this right now and go listen to that first, there's going to be some repeat. So for those of you who are joining me for this second kind of Saturn and Pisces check-in, if you're joining me a second time here, apologies on some of this being a repeat that I did put in the other video, but just in case people are coming to this for the first time, I wanted to put it here as well. So Saturn got into Pisces, March of 2023. It's going to be there until February of 2026, all told, which is pretty much 3 years. However, Saturn, now I guess I'll just show it being where we're here. Saturn is going to be dipping into Aries actually before that February of 2026 time. So from May, what is it? It's from May of 2025 to September of 2025, which I know is a really far ways away. But if we're looking at this whole Saturn and Pisces chunk of time, we know it's about 3 years total. part of that, why we say kind of 2.5. Well, part of that is because Saturn's going to dip out into into Aries and then come back into Pisces and finish things up. So that's what we're working with in terms of Saturn's cycle. Now, it's kind of interesting because Jupiter is still in Gemini during part of this. And so, like, today we're really going to be focusing on the square between Saturn and Jupiter. But there is a period of time where they're actually going to be in a sextile again, by sign at least. So, there are details here that I'm not going to get into too much, but I just want to throw them out there for the Virgo folks out there. Those details exist, and I'm aware of it. But we're going to be focusing on the square today. And then where we've been so far, we can see Saturn's journey thus far. So over the last year, they've really been mostly in this first 10 degrees of Pisces, the first decan. And then right now, I think they are at about 12. Yeah, they're at 12. And so now they're in this second decan. So to look at these decans of Pisces, which again are these 10-degree chunks of each zodiac sign, we can divide that 30-degree chunk into 3 separate 10-degree areas, each having their own little added layer of symbolic meaning on top of what we already know about that zodiac sign. So it's just another way to get more detail, basically. But we can look at there's certain rulership schemes of these decans. So I have it right here. I have the wheel. This actually has the Decan Lords and the Bounds. There are a couple rulership schemes for the Decans. I use the descending Chaldean order, and so that results in us having, for Pisces, Saturn as ruler of the first decan, Jupiter as ruler of the second, and Mars as ruler of the third. And taking that symbolism, and again, now this is where I take a little bit from Austin Coppock, a little bit from T. Susan Chang, and how I interpret these places. But Saturn being a more structural element, Saturn being the rules, the edges, the container. Saturn is space and time. Saturn is authority. We're going to get into Saturn. But in this first part of Pisces, Austin Coppock mentioned how it is a bit like a labyrinth and how we kind of can explore parts of, in this case, Pisces, and kind of learn what is underneath, what conditioning has led to where we are, essentially, and to kind of paraphrase him. And one analogy that came to mind was, in doing yin yoga, I was going to yin yoga for a while, and one of the teachers was explaining how, if you're not familiar with that, it's a type of stretching that it's not like fast-paced, intense stretching. It's really slow, intentional type of stretching where you hold poses for a really long time. And the idea is to kind of slowly change the fascia, which is kind of this underlying structure in our own body that holds muscles together in the place that they're supposed to be. But that fascia, that underlying structure, can become in our bodies kind of rigid sometimes. And so we need to stretch and make them a little bit more pliable if we can, or make the fascia more pliable, if that's even possible. My body disagrees. So similarly, and now this is where it's good to know your rising sign. So if you are, if you're a Pisces rising, this is going to be about your first house stuff. If you are an Aries rising, this is going to be about your 12th house, et cetera, et cetera. But what we've been doing for the last year is really hopefully getting a feel for why the Pisces area is what it is, and starting to understand how it's operating so that we can go in and make changes if we need to, which then brings us to our second decan, where we have Jupiter ruling over things. And Jupiter is about truth with a capital T, knowledge with a capital K. It is goodwill, friendship. Jupiter is knowledge, of course, seeking of knowledge. But I think a lot of times too, we can think about Jupiter as kind of like our most abundant situation. And if you're into tarot at all, we see the Nine of Cups here. And the Nine of Cups, a lot of the symbolism around that is of someone who seems to have achieved some kind of satisfaction in life. So when we're looking at the second decan of Pisces, okay, now that we know the underlying structure of things, what can I do to align my life with, what I want on the inside based on my values, my aspirations, what's meaningful to me, what's purposeful to me, Jupiter words, how do I make, that those things become reality basically in my lived experience? Um, so again, it's going to be specific to the house topics where Pisces is. But this year in 2024, I think the deal is much more not just exploring, kind of figuring out the lay of the land, but actually envisioning, aspiring, imagining the perfect version of something. Pisces is good at coming up with idealism. Now we can get rigid about that idealism and become intolerant, and it's a whole mess. But there's nothing wrong with having a vision of something. There's nothing wrong, and that's where ideas start, is as a vision, as something that we imagine. So how do I then, in the third part, in the third decan of Pisces, take the actions and embody what I am imagining or what I've been trying to align? Can I get those things to align? And when I say like things to align, I mean, gosh, there's a whole conversation there. When I say that, I basically mean everyone has a certain recipe to make a high quality of life for them. So my question is always, how can we improve quality of life? And so when I'm thinking about, oh, what aligns with this? What aligns with that? What jobs, what relationships, what habits are going to get you closer to a better quality of life for you? So not what society tells you is a good quality of life, not what your parents told you is a good quality of life, what is very specific for you. And the needs that we have change all the time. So, I think astrology, and a lot of people who end up in astrology, we end up coming here because we are introspectively kind of trying to analyze, like, what is important to me and how do I make my life reflect that? So I think that's really the question that's going on in Pisces, especially when we do this walk through the decans from Saturn and Jupiter into that more embodied action of Mars throughout this 2.5, 3 year Saturn time. Um, like I said, this year, again, we're just mostly still in this Jupiter decan. So let yourself dream a little bit, let that function of brainstorming and imagining be online. Just because we're not taking action on every single step right now doesn't mean that it's not still important to aspire and have aspirations. What is it? I always say like it's if you watch Trailer Park Boys, it's like the Rickyism. It's like, if you shoot for the stars, you'll land on a planet or the moon or something. Like you'll get somewhere, basically. It doesn't matter how far you aim. As long as you're aiming somewhere, you're going to get somewhere. Yeah, and the worst thing that happens is you're kind of right back where you started, So that's how I think about dreaming and imagining and visioning in Pisces. It is actually, it's not frivolous, and it is part of the making it real process. That it's the beginning of that part. So T. Susan Chang talks about the Nine of Cups and the second decan of Pisces in her chapter entitled Fishes and Wishes. So she is definitely talking in this about, dreaming, imagining the best possible version of something, abundance, et cetera, et cetera. So not too far off from the points that I was making. So that is pretty much what I have to say about the decans of Pisces. So before we get into the square aspect, just looking at where we are right now, we've got Jupiter in a sextile with Saturn. Jupiter is Saturn's lord. So that's a really important note to make. So if you're more of in the contemporary practice of astrology, what a lot of my technique rests upon is just understanding what planet rules what sign in the traditional framework using the Thema Mundi, and knowing that whatever planet is in that sign, they're going to rely on resourcing from the Lord of that sign. So Jupiter being the traditional Lord of Pisces, wow, look at that Jupiter. I'm sure they appreciate that. They're in charge of helping Saturn. And the fact that they are currently in this nice sextile relationship, I'll draw it a bit better here. This is a sign-based sextile. And this is a more constructive, harmonious relationship. It is of the nature of Venus. This is, if we think of Jupiter as growth, Saturn is slow, in general, we're going to be having slow growth here, but it's in a way that's very balanced and harmonious, harmony inducing. Maybe it's slower than some of us would like. When we look at the condition of planets, Jupiter is certainly fine in Taurus, but it's not like their most favorite place to be. I think right now we at least have them in their bound, which is nice, as of March 2024 when I'm taping this. But they're middling. They're fine. In general, this is not a spicy aspect. This is a pretty chill. It's a pretty chill relationship between Saturn and Jupiter. So then thinking about your Pisces and Taurus parts of your chart, what house topics are in Pisces? What house topics are in Taurus? And between now, if you're watching this before May 25th, between now and May 25th of 2024, it's a really good time to squeeze the remaining juice out of this sextile and make those house topics work well together. So for me, I'm an Aquarius rising. This is my second house of resources, time, money, energy. Taurus is my fourth house of home, my parents. So I'm actually, before May 25th, I'm going to try to go home. I'm going to try to use this energy as like a wind at my back, as a helping hand. Or maybe like I'll get, my mom just got a Costco membership. I am bound to get some non-perishables, if you know what I mean. So we're getting some non-perishables, we're getting paper towels. So I'm clearly going to squeeze the juice out of this Saturn Jupiter sextile. That brings us to what we're having, which is going to be eventually a square. So here are the two big headlines that I'm going to talk about. Jupiter is changing signs. They're moving from Taurus, a place where condition-wise, if I'm going to give Jupiter a bunch of space points on how powerful or potent they are to do Jupiter things, in Taurus, they get like middling amount of space points. They're moving to Jupiter or to Gemini. They don't have as many space points here. And we'll talk about the consequences of that. That's thing one. Thing two is that we're moving from that more stable, sextile of the nature of Venus, more harmonious types of interactions between Saturn and Jupiter, and having them really working together quite well. Whatever the growth is, Saturn is like trying to make it so that it lasts for the test of time, they're not just working on frivolous little projects. When we get the square, this is of the nature of Mars. Squares are of the nature of Mars. So Saturn and Jupiter are going to be in more conflict about how things are going. Jupiter's going to be wanting to do a bunch of stuff in Gemini, and Saturn's going to be like, well, there's only so much to be able to do those things. So that is the vibe. Like, if you could just listen to like 30 seconds of this whole video, that was pretty much the 30 seconds. Jupiter's changing signs. They're going to be struggling more. The relationship between Jupiter and Saturn is after May 25th going to become kind of frayed for a year because they're going to be in a square. Is this a quote unquote bad thing? Should we be worried about it? No. Similarly to how I would not tell you to be worried about it raining or that it's going to rain. Like, we need rain sometimes. And rain is actually really necessary for a lot of things. Now, does it get in the way of parades and baseball games? Like, yeah, it does. But squares are very constructive elements. They are, before we had, like Pluto being an agent of transformation or Scorpio energies. For me, transformation is in the square. Transformation is in squares. Transformation is in the nature of Mars. And so, there's going to be a lot of transforming kind of needing to happen in order for Jupiter and Saturn to have a working relationship. So those are kind of the two big headlines I wanted to get out there ahead of everything else. Uh, last little thing, general thing, and then we're going to get into ancient astrology stuff. Uh, Mercury is also going to be in charge of Jupiter. So let's actually get rid of this really overwhelming wheel. No, not that. The wheel. There we go. Let's get Mercury back up here. So we also have to understand that, okay, so Saturn needs resourcing wherever it is. It's forced to be in Pisces terrain here. it is under kind of the arbitrarship of Jupiter. And Jupiter then also has to get resourcing or guidance from Mercury because Mercury rules Gemini. And so now this chain of resourcing for Saturn is now also much more affected by Mercury retrogrades. So for the year between it's like May 25th of 2024 and May 24th of 2025. It's kind of a funny thing. That's when this square is active. That's right before Saturn goes into Aries. So that is the exact period of time I'm talking about. During that May to May 2024 to 2025, Mercury retrogrades are going to have more of an impact on Pisces because Mercury retrogrades are going to be part of this chain of command that affects Saturn. So it reminds me of like how all of the barges in the Mississippi last fall, because the water level in the Mississippi was so low, they actually had a hard time transporting resources down the Mississippi. And it was affecting all sorts of things in the supply chain in terms of timing of when things could be pushed down the river. And so the prices of random stuff went up, prices that affect a lot of people in a lot of very basic ways. Very much that kind of situation here. So that's another big headline that I wanted to get out. Ahead of some of this kind of foundational stuff. So with that, let's move into some foundational stuff. So let's talk about Saturn first. Saturn is, let's get Mercury off of here. So Saturn is a planet that has usually been associated with winter in the northern hemisphere. The signs that Saturn rules over, I should say, more associated with winter in the northern hemisphere. Saturn itself, not only this northern hemispheric time of darkness, but Saturn itself, if you just look at it in the sky or if through binoculars or something, especially, you can see it's like this dusky brown color compared to like Venus or Jupiter, who are super bright and shining and vibrant. Very different vibes between them. So just visually and very basically in terms of light, that signifies Saturn. So already concepts of, I mean, if we just think about winter in the northern hemisphere and what that's like, it is not a life supporting environment in general. It's kind of hard to live in the winter and have growth and abundance. We are relying on the resources that we've gotten earlier. And so it's limited or constrained resources, rations, if you will, especially at the end of the winter. It is a thoughtful deliberateness and realism that is needed to make it through the winter. So all of these Saturn vibes, you know, I like to just draw on from that kind of practical experience. But then if we also look at page 4 in Vedic Valen's anthology, Saturn makes those born under him petty, malignant, careworn, which I had to Google. Careworn just means that you're like tired, you're visibly tired from worry. Yeah, it's the winter. I'm gonna worry. Self-deprecating, solitary, deceitful, secretive in their trickery, strict, downcast, effective, or sorry, oh, that's too many pages. What was it? Strict, downcast, with hypocritical air, squalid, black clad, wearing black essentially, sad looking, miserable with a nautical bent, plying waterside trades because Saturn always had to do with coasts and the edges and the boundaries and the Navy and things like that. Sluggishness, humblings, unemployment, obstacles in business, interminable lawsuits, subversion of business, secrets, imprisonment, chains, grief, accusation, tears, bereavement, capture, exposures of children, exposures meaning like to weather. Saturn makes serfs and farmers because it rules over the land. In Mesopotamian times, Saturn they were actually an agricultural god. Partly they ruled over farmers for a very, very long time. So we get farmers and things of the land coming up with Saturn. Uh, let's see. Renters of property, tax farmers. Yeah, that's good. That's good. So That's Saturn from Vettius Valens. Sounds fun at parties, right? Sounds like a total joy, but somebody has to be those things. And then from page 47 of volume one, Demetra George, here we have so Saturn. The Babylonians called them Ninurta. That was when they were the god of farming, partially in the lands. Here we go. So Demetra writes about Saturn. Saturn was associated with the destructive life force in nature due to its excessive cold, moderately dry, and constricting qualities. It was seen as a source of sorrow, misery, long-lasting punishment, grief, captivities, and mishaps. It brought slander, disrepute, and trouble. It signifies very old persons, matters that are long lasting, old doings, help from ancient or obsolete things, or older persons, and elder brothers. Saturn also designated those who do not marry, widowhood, orphanhood, and childlessness. The Saturnine character was described as dark, downcast, disposed to silence, incapable of emotional display, austere, solitary, and black clad. It indicated laborers and farmers because it rules over the land, work of waterside trade, tax and custom collectors, and those who are renters of property. Indicates long-lasting chronic complaints from cold and moisture and rules over the thighs, knees, lymph, bladder, and kidneys. Oh, I'm not going to get into that stuff. Different planets rule over different body parts. We're not going there today. Um, let's see. Yeah, nothing else, I think. Here we go. Um, when Saturn is in good condition, it gives authority over fields, building, water property, abundance, property of others. And you'll find that a lot with like Mars and Saturn, the quote unquote malefic planets. Um, they, if they're gaining, if abundance is coming from them, it's usually at someone else's loss. So there's like a catch to gains that are made through Saturn or Mars type energies. So when you hear about like abundance with Saturn, that's not usually what we think of, but it's usually a little bit more nuanced than that. So anyway, when Saturn is in good condition, inheritance and windfalls, power to subordinate and suppress others, or to benefit from the losses of others. There it is. When Saturn is in bad condition, it brings debt, imprisonment, false accusations, banishment, and chronic misfortune. So pretty intense. Wherever Saturn is in your chart, I guarantee there's a bunch of mitigations. You can always get a reading with me. I don't mean to like scare you and then tell you get a reading, but there's always mitigations. So don't let this stuff scare you if this is the first time you're hearing it. Yeah, that's Saturn. So just my last little things about Saturn. We've already kind of picked up on this in terms of Saturn being in charge of, borders, boundaries, order, authority, hierarchies. From that, we get a lot of structure and rules. So when I say that Saturn can be a container for things, what I hope for people is that we are imposing our own structure on things and that it's not coming from an external source being imposed upon us. Now, this is especially important, and I'll say this again for the Pisces rising sign horoscope, but especially if you're a Pisces rising, if that is your first house, that is, you, but it's also your general circumstances from a Hellenistic perspective. So as much as Pisces rising and having a Saturn transit going through Pisces, if there are Saturn challenges, I mean, well, yes, is the call coming from inside the house? Perhaps. Is the problem, needing to be handled with the self? Perhaps, but it could also be Saturn in the first house can be a very external challenger, an externally limiting thing that you didn't have any control over. So, I don't want to make this for first house people like it's all it's all about you, not to escape accountability, which is a good segue back to Saturn. They're the Lord of accountability and responsibility. So we're seeing that too in terms of people in the ancient times who were like, said to be in positions of authority, even able to suppress others, which is not a good thing, right? And we don't want to be doing that. But Saturn's energy plays a hand in those dynamics. Uh, so we've heard a lot of things about hard work, so responsibility, duty, obligation, hard work, all of those things. Saturn had a lot to do with secrets and doubt. So when they talk about, trickery or lying or something like that, I think a lot of times when I see Saturn coming out in that way, it's there's secrets somewhere. Now, is that's secrecy and privacy are different. If you're just a private person, that's not what I'm talking about. But I have seen that come up as a big Saturn theme. So don't forget about secrets, even just the weight or the burden of having them, or how a lot of us, I think, well, hell, most of us, I think most of us, dare I say all of us have some kind of challenge we don't talk about. I think a lot of us have a lot of challenges we don't talk about. Saturn stuff, the secrets, the challenges about the secrets about the challenges. Uh, Reality, realism, disillusionment, those are all Saturn things, loss, death. Um, yes, all of those things. Now, all natural parts of life. And so I'm not going to be predicting death today, but if you know your life and there are things going on, I'll let you sort that out. But when you're reading about Saturn, that is a theme that's going to come up, you're going to read about. And then I just want to touch on doubt as well. There is such a thing as reasonable doubt, good doubt, doubt that it spurs us on to investigate so that we can make a better decision or do something that's more safe, whatever. Doubt becomes a problem when we are continually going back and back to the drawing board because we're uncomfortable or we're scared to move forward or there's some other resistance or avoidance happening, even for really good reason. Not saying there's not great reasons, but if you find that wherever Saturn is, wherever Pisces is, if you're having a lot of doubt in those areas, the good news is it's not going to last forever. The bad news is there might be doubt there for another good year and a half. So that's my Saturn piece. Now, if we want to look at Pisces, because this is the terrain where Saturn is. So I'm going to pair together Saturn and Pisces, and then I'm going to pair together Gemini and Jupiter. So again, just going through our books really quick. I'm going to try to go a little faster than I've been going here. Okay, so let's read about Pisces. So Pisces, there's a lot of stuff that is not actually that helpful. I'm going to cherry pick out of here. I'm going to be honest, because a lot of this is just, it doesn't translate to the modern situation. Um, Vedic Valens talks a lot about the quality of Pisces being feminine. So it's a nocturnal sign, more inward, more responsive versus outward and active. So Pisces is feminine. It is of the moist quality. It is a two-bodied sign. It has two fishes, but also like Gemini, Sag, Virgo, Pisces, they're all the two-bodied or mutable signs. Um, I think a big theme that they talk about here is the changeability, the unsteadiness. The word unreliable is used. I do love this last line. Men born under this sign are unsteady, unreliable, changing from bad fortune to good, sexy, thievish, shameless, prolific, and popular. Um, I think the main things here to take are the changeability. And then if I am taking from Demetra, that's on page 144 of volume 1. And here we see Pisces described as in terms of personality, inconsistent, of two minds, change from bad to good, erotic, servile, popular, sociable, more about waterside trades here, restless, cause of wandering, complicated. And most of that is Valens as well. So I think we're getting an idea about this changeable terrain. From more contemporary sources, we do get connotations of spirituality with Pisces, but Jupiter, as ruler of Pisces, is also going to impart its own things. So as we're talking about Jupiter next, that's, maybe we should have just talked about Jupiter first. But when we're talking about Jupiter, we're going to run into themes that Jupiter has, knowledge, understanding, learning, teaching, spirituality, faith, hope, aspirations, friendship, all of those things with Pisces we see in terms of, being really open, being inclusive, being forgiving, being interested in understanding things, and interested in what is ineffable, what is, and it's even called a quote unquote mute sign by ancient astrologers. It's not a super verbal sign. So more about subtle truth as much as Jupiter is that kind of capital T truth. I think with Pisces, it's like the parable. The details aren't important. This is not the journalistic integrity of Virgo here, but Pisces will get the most important truths across. Sometimes in a better way than you can with the facts. It is shapeless, formless, ineffable, ephemeral. And like I was talking before, has a lot to do with creativity, visions, idealism, and thinking of that kind of perfect version of something. So we can use it in those ways. When we think about Saturn and Pisces together, when we try to think about, okay, Saturn, they are the unerotic in this very sexy sign. How does that work out? How can we be disciplined about Pisces being in a place like Pisces that is so changeable? How can we have, rules and structures and boundary and order in a place like Pisces that is the open ocean? So I think we're seeing quite a juxtaposition here in qualities. Saturn, in a lot of philosophies, is seen as dry. When they're in Pisces, it's almost like that extreme nature of Saturn in its dryness, being in a wetter place, I think dials down the intensity of Saturn. So a real world example of this was when Saturn was in Aquarius during the pandemic. We had a lot of strict rules and restrictions. Pretty much as soon as Saturn went into Pisces, a lot of the restrictions and rules around the pandemic went away. So that's Saturn not being as Saturn-tastic in Pisces. It is the planet of no in a sign that wants to say yes. It's a planet of doubt in a sign that wants to believe and have faith. So, this whole dance of what is real, what is, what is real versus what is my biggest fantasy about this, or my biggest hope for this, that is difficult. Disillusionment of our fantasies, Saturn and Pisces. Neptune is also here, just dialing up that kind of the part of Pisces that is so nebulous and spiritual and difficult to pin down. And all Saturn would like to do is pin it down. So yeah, it's a difficult combo, I think. And if you have this in your own birth chart, you're already used to these interplays. You're used to maybe having these internal dialogues around doubt and faith and, what do I have evidence for versus what do I just go for and believe it's going to work? The rest of us are going to have some time to catch up with this. But I would say whatever, my biggest advice is just whatever structures we are making in the Pisces parts of our chart, whatever responsibilities we're taking on, hopefully there's some flexibility around that. It does not help for Pisces topics to be treated like an Aquarius or a Capricorn topic. As in, if you are, say, you're a Capricorn rising and you have Pisces in your third house, your communication style is going to be Piscean. It doesn't help to force yourself to communicate like Saturn might. Even if just for a little bit, okay, maybe you'll be more serious, more restrained about what you're talking about, but you've got to keep it flexible. Otherwise, I think it's just kind of setting us up for disappointment, setting us up for failure, which isn't helpful. So yeah, then looking at a couple more little synthesis points. When I think about Saturn and Pisces, I think about Marcus Aurelius saying, be the promontory against which the waves break in his book Meditations. Promontory being just think of like a firm structure, like a lighthouse. And, it's not, but imagine like a lighthouse and then, water crashing up against it. And if you can't imagine that in your mind's eye, that's totally okay. But essentially, the vibe there is there's a lot going on, and something is firm and not being moved by it. So, what can we make real that we can hold on to that's not going to be torn away by these changeable environments that we find ourselves in? What can we really hold on to? What's going to anchor us? So, whatever kind of anchoring types of practices you have in your own life, whether they be physical, spiritual, emotional, whatever, use them to help yourself in the Pisces part of your chart. Um, when I think about equanimity, which is not, not gonna get into it in this video, but I got into equanimity in the last video about Pisces and Saturn. Equanimity is that ability to have a cool mind, a cool heart, cool as in not not overly passionate, not riled up, not pulled in any kind of direction. And it's not that there's no feelings happening in that person, but they're not letting the emotions or the feelings stop them from what they need to do, or they're not letting those feelings or emotions pull them into actions they shouldn't be taking or don't want to take. So it's really just about how to keep your shit together, essentially. Keep the train on the rails. The other comment that I wanted to share was from a meditation dude called Corey Muscara. And he says, hold yourself to the highest standards, but also hold ourselves with the greatest compassion. So the idea isn't just have a bunch of rules, keep trying to meet them, keep trying to do better in whatever your Pisces area is. I think the message more is, yeah, be real about what's going on here. Be accountable, be responsible, have high standards for yourself, but understand how you got there. Be kind to yourself. Like, okay, yes, this needs to change, but I'm also not going to beat myself up because I understand the conditions. I understand habit patterns and how strong they are and how we all have them. So, how can we hold ourselves with compassion to the level that we're holding ourselves to some standards? Um, I think that I'll leave it at that. Uh, I think I might link. I wanted to talk about another thinker named Tanisaro and some thoughts that he talked about in seeing things clearly and just being with what is really actually there. So I'll just link that below, but I'm not going to get into it too much. And I guess last thing, with Saturn and Pisces, knowing your limits. Eunice Hung from The Art of Dating, New York City, says that knowing your limits is wisdom. Saying enough is not the same as giving up. And I've heard young Pueblo say something similar in terms of when we let go of something, it doesn't mean we don't care. It doesn't mean we stopped trying, but sometimes we have to set things down, take a break, take a pause. Sometimes Saturn just has us doing that. It's not that we have to completely reject it, throw the baby out with the bathwater, call it a total failure. But if we are reaching our Saturnian limits with things in Pisces, we have to understand too that it's okay to say no. It's okay to quit. It's okay to stop. It's okay to take a break. And sometimes that is the most loving, kind, best, honest thing that we can do. So if that's your Saturn challenge. Um, mm. And then finally, I've got some other resources down below from Dr. Tara Brach, who talks about basically how to be with feelings. So in a Pisces place, might be feelings. So just check those resources out below if you are looking for kind of a quick little 4-part way to process feelings or think about processing feelings, guided by your other medical providers, of course. So that's what I have to say about Saturn and Pisces. Let's move on to Jupiter and Gemini. So Jupiter, they on page 4 as well from Vettius Valens Anthology. The preamble is thick. Okay. So Jupiter indicates childbearing, engendering desire, loves, political ties, acquaintance, friendship with great men, prosperity, salaries, great gifts, and abundance of crops, justice, offices, office holding, ranks, authority over temples, trusts, inheritance, brotherhood, fellowship, beneficence, the secure possession of goods, relief from troubles. I love that one, relief from troubles. Sometimes Jupiter is not handing out opportunities. They're not handing out lottery tickets. They're just, what did he say? Jupiter is just relieving us from our troubles. They're liberating us from our troubles. So let's not forget that when we're all disappointed with Jupiter. Anyway, Valens says that Jupiter releases from bonds. Jupiter's freedom, deposits in trust, money, stewardships. Yeah. So wow, like money, friends, good positions in society. Uh, yeah, sign me up. That's all Jupiter. And I just love that it said directly the part that I really wanted to touch on was, especially with Jupiter being in Gemini, not Jupiter's most well-resourced place to be. What does that mean for like the level of Jupiter we're going to see in Gemini? And I think this is kind of tempering, this helps us to temper expectations, but this isn't bad. I mean, we need liberation from troubles sometimes. We need an end to troubles. And, sometimes Jupiter can bring that. So when it comes to the Gemini parts of your chart, the house topics that are conflated with Gemini in your chart, look to that too. So at the very basic Jupiter can give stability and just balance if there's been instability or a lack of balance. At best, that's when I think we see that Jupiterian abundance, growth, expansion, opportunity that we tend to focus on more. Jupiter is also friendship. We heard that from Valens. So wherever Jupiter is, and Jupiter is affirmations, it's the word yes. So wherever Jupiter is, that's where we want to look for help. Not only because Jupiter is who Saturn gets help from, but just regardless, no matter what I'm talking about, if I'm looking for help in someone's chart, I'm always looking for Jupiter. For the like 9 times out of 10, it's going to be great. That 1 time out of 10, Jupiter can be sneaky in other ways. We won't get into it today. Actually, no, I think we do have to get into the ways that Jupiter can be sneaky, but we will talk about that in a minute. First, we're going to look at what Demetra has to say about Jupiter on page 48. Jupiter was associated with the warm and moist power that is productive of life force and signifies magnificence, reputation, dignity, prosperity, abundance, inheritance, knowledge, and justice. It represents relief from troubles, freedom from bondage, friendships with great men, and the favor of leaders and the masses. It is the main significator of childbearing and children. It rules over oh no, I'm not going to get into the body part stuff. When Jupiter is in good condition, it indicates those who receive honors and renown, who are well spoken of because of their goodness and piety, who are happy in marriage and children, and rich in friendships. Okay, so here it helps me out. However, when Jupiter is in or in poor condition, it decreases the powers of the high-minded and begrudges progress in life. And Jupiter is so much about progress, but when Jupiter's not doing well, when Jupiter's not resourced, it can be like anti-progress. It can be in the opposite direction. And let's just say that one more time. When Jupiter is in poor condition, it decreases the powers of the high-minded. Now, I'm not sure exactly what's meant by that. But it's like if Jupiter is someone who is of good rapport, good reputation, then maybe Jupiter not doing well is being seen in not a good reputation or something like that, where you're not getting high honors like you are with Happy Time Jupiter. Hmm. Both Jupiter and Saturn have things to do with order and structure, but Jupiter does as well with order and structure. And Demetrius says here, both of blah blah blah, blah protectors of the state, guardians of law and justice, who rule wisdom and fate. So that those were other ways of talking about Jupiter. And again, that's from page 48. The nature of Jupiter is to expand and affirm. So yeah, Jupiter. And then, thinking about that whole spectrum of Jupiter, So think about where the context of your life is right now in the Gemini areas of your chart. And look at how the lay of the land there in the Gemini part of your chart. How can Jupiter come in and expand things? How can it help you learn more? Or what things could you be learning in those house topics while Jupiter is there? If you are not in a growing mode, if you are like just kind of, we're not thriving, we are surviving, which is a lot of people's situation, then what I'm hoping for you is that Jupiter can at least bring some balance, some stability, some freedom from suffering. And this feels very impotent, very not potent, but like Jupiter is literally just a good attitude and optimism. And a silver lining is like, yes, there are challenges, but you can't get me down. Like, kind of a crummy silver lining. But if that's how Jupiter's coming in for you, sometimes that is the deal. And especially if you are a night baby, if your birth chart, if you tend to be someone, or if you are someone where the sun was below the horizon when you were born, below the line that goes between the ascendant and descendant axes, that means that Jupiter is not as bright and shiny of a friend for you. That's more Venus. If you're a day chart, sun is above the horizon when you were born, then Jupiter, we're going to see more of the potent Jupiter variety. So that's not to say if you were born at night, you're not going to get anything good from Jupiter and it's going to be the bare minimum. That's not what I'm saying. But if it's like, if we're in 2025 into 2026 and you're like, hey, Claire Moon said Jupiter was supposed to do good things to my Gemini place, and then nothing happens, make sure that you're like, see if you're a night chart, look at other things, with standing in the sky. Did you get disappointed by Jupiter during Mercury retrograde over the next year? Because there's a lot of little pieces of nuance there that result in us having this whole wide spectrum of simply just getting freed from difficult circumstances all the way to like lottery tickets. There's a big span in between there. And so I don't want to discourage anyone, but I also want to validate if people aren't seeing like that bright and shiny, oh, expansion, opportunity, abundance, like all of us astrologers are going to be saying about Gemini for the next year. Okay. So last little piece of this puzzle. And I'll say a few other transity things, and then we will finally get into the dang rising signs. So to read about Gemini, another mutable place like Pisces. So this is something that they agree on. Uh, both Jupiter and Saturn are in terrain that is very changeable, not stable. They're dealing with a square, which is not a very stable aspect, if I could choose one. There's a lot of changeability here, and I don't think that makes anything easier for Jupiter or Saturn, but I think Jupiter is going to handle it a lot better because Jupiter rules over mutable signs. Jupiter understands what it's like to be flexible. So I think that part of being in Gemini, Jupiter understands flexibility and mutableness. Saturn rules over a fixed sign and a cardinal sign. Saturn does not rule over a mutable sign. So I don't think they understand that energy quite as much about being flexible. On page 8 of Anthology, Gemini. So here are some of the relevant things. Articulate, bicorporal, meaning double-bodied, so just being a mutable sign. It says it's male, so we know we're working with a diurnal, daytime, more externalizing sign versus Pisces is nocturnal, so more internalizing and responsive versus Gemini now, air. It wants to go out and expand and kind of explore and affect things around it. That's what a daytime sign is going to do, like air and fire. So that's Gemini. They're the house of Mercury, upward trending, celestial. Uh, those born under it are scholars, those working in education, poets. I'm kind of cherry picking here. Not everything feels relevant. Music lovers, declaimers, which I actually Googled declaimers, and it kind of sounded like someone who professes or speaks on things, like an orator of sorts. the stewards, those who receive trusts, translators, merchants, judges of good and evil, sensible people, practitioners of the curious arts, uh, seekers after mystic lore. Let's see. Yeah. And then if we rely on Demetra, George, page 135, she gives just kind of a summary of some personality things, also from Valens. And we have articulate, so we see that again, fond of discourse, those who work with letters and education, poetic, lovers of music, teachers of voice, interpreters, aptitude for commerce, critics of good and bad. So critics with Mercury, and I think that feels like the debate team champion sometimes. My words. And then on page 135 from Ancient Astrology, if you're following along, this is more personality stuff, but again, just to repeat, articulate, fond of discourse, those who work with letters, education, poetic, lovers of music, teachers of voice, interpreters, aptitude for commerce, critics of good and bad, critics, uh, initiates in occult matters, versed in business. So that is a description, a bit of a personality description of Gemini. When I think of Gemini, I mean, it's an air sign. It's masculine, meaning external in nature and wanting to take action and affect the world around it. That's what air and fire do. Versus water and earth are going to respond to that and be a slower pace. So, Gemini is curious, it asks questions, it will debate things, it wants to seek more information. It's that mercurial function of asking questions and wondering and thinking and planning. And it's not just going to sit around and wait for the information to come to them. It's not the Virgo function of, I already have the information or the whatever, I'm going to sort it and process it. Gemini is before that. That's a step before that, where we are seeking and putting our tendrils out and finding out what we need to find out. It is given this mutability, the externalizing quality of air, the fact that Gemini itself, or the fact that Mercury itself is this very fast planet that does a lot of switching back and forth in retrogrades. It does 3 retrogrades a year. All of that to me just feels like this nature of Gemini to get a bit scattered. And with the decanic images in Gemini, and this again comes from Austin Coppock, this first decan of Gemini, one of the images that he talks about is a woman who's like levitating and has she's doing a bunch of different things. She's like sewing and wielding a sword and like spinning a plate. But the point is that she's doing a bunch of very different, disparate things that don't fit together. And that is this potentiality of air and this potentiality of Gemini that it's like we could do anything. There's so many things to do and to explore. Like with Gemini or with Jupiter and Gemini, it's like there's 10,000 things for me to learn. There's 10,000 things for me to explore and find out or ask questions about. There's 10,000 inspirations if Jupiter is inspiration. So my main concern here is just too much. And this is where I rely on, okay, so, our Decans reference Austin Coppock, Gemini moon. He shares the story about how his mom told him, pick 3, not 8. So that's the advice we want to go with, I think, is pick 3, not 8. Pick 2 or 3 things to focus on. And maybe some of those things will be picked for you. Maybe one of those is work, one of those is your family, and there's only one more spot for you to put your energy on or your interest. But it's like we can't let ourselves be pulled in so many directions that we no longer have progress. So it's kind of like that's one of the big, I think, tells for us to tell, is Jupiter and Gemini going well for me? Or is Jupiter and Gemini becoming a scattered mess for me? Ask yourself how many things you're focused on right now in your life. Ask yourself if there's actually enough bandwidth for all of those things. And I'm guessing that the bottleneck in capacity is probably coming from Pisces. And the square is going to be us negotiating. How do I deal with all these opportunities or take get the most out of them? How do I, take advantage of these different sources of help? Maybe if there's difficulties in your Gemini place, maybe the scatteredness is, oh, there's all of these different grant options for me to explore, or these funding options, and there's only 24 hours in a day. And, we can't collect even all of the help that is there potentially if we're not focused long enough on something to make progress with it or toward it. So again, just to summarize that, the thing to tell us if Jupiter and Gemini is going well or not, I think really the question should be, am I making progress? Am I focused on too many things, or am I focused on enough and I'm actually making progress with those things? So that's what I have to say about Jupiter and Gemini. I am going to link. So this idea about progress, uh, Jupiter, that word progress came up in terms of lack of progress, but also from Lisa Scheim. She did a really excellent class, and it was called Finding Joy and Meaning in the Birth Chart. And she talked about how to interpret Jupiter and Venus in a birth chart. But one of the biggest points I got out of that lecture, which was so good, which I'm going to, at the point of this recording, I've tried to find the link, and I think their website is under construction. So just know I'm going to have the link there as soon as I can. But right now, the link to that lecture is not working. It was a NORWAC lecture, I believe. So it might be up on the NORWAC website. I should probably look there too and see if that's, so I'll link that if that is the case. Although I do try to link from the person's page if I can. But anywho's, they were basically, Lisa was basically saying, in general, for life to feel decent, we need to have at least like these three things in terms of a sense of belonging, a sense of purpose, and a sense of progress. I'm worried about Jupiter and Gemini, and then the restraints and the limitations in our capacity from Saturn stuff is going to leave us in this place where we're not feeling a sense of progress. And then one of those three things gets a hit taken. So as long as we can keep that ball moving down the court between May 2024, May 2025 in the Gemini areas, just keep the ball moving down the court. Did you make it to the end of the game? I don't know. Did you make a three-pointer? Maybe not, but let's just keep the ball moving. I think, yeah, that's the main headline there. And for those of you who, I talked to so many people about this dilemma of, it's not that I don't have inspiration. It's not that I don't have time or resources. I literally can't choose. Like, it's so hard to just put aside other shiny things. And I like to imagine myself putting them down. It's not that I'm saying no to them forever. It's that I like to put them down and just believing, having faith that we will get to all the things we need to get to. The thought that we had that we want to write an essay about, it'll come back. That opportunity, it'll still be here in 5 weeks or whatever. Maybe that's not the case, but maybe it is. And this is some of the frustration of a multi-potentialite. Some of the frustration of being a multi-talented person, a person who could really become good at just about whatever they focus on, is being like, am I focusing on the right thing? Am I making the right choice? It gets really difficult because it feels like something has to die for this other thing to have space. And I mean, one, I think that's a false dichotomy and a false narrative. We can come back to it more than likely, the thing that we can't look at right now or do. And let's focus on the things that we can. And no, too, you can always change your mind. I think depending on how fixed of a chart you are, if you're a pretty fixed chart, we can feel, and I say we because I'm a very fixed chart, we can feel like whatever we choose, we have to stick with, and we're not allowed to change our mind. But you are totally allowed to change your mind. You can get 5 months down the road and be like, you know what? Little bit of sunk cost, but I'm not going to let sunk cost fallacy keep me stuck doing something that I'm not enjoying, or that is not purposeful, or that does not feel like it's moving me towards somewhere I want to go. So don't be afraid to stop and change your mind. And maybe you pick these three things, but it's not the same three things you end the year with, but you're at least just trying to keep it whittled down a little bit. But yeah, this frustration of being a multi-potentialite person, I put a TED talk below for the multi-potentialites out there, just as a validation for you in this struggle. We need you too. We need the people who are good at a bunch of things. We need the people who have experienced a lot of different things to be able to help other people make connections. It's like the idea of the pollinator and the person who's, bridging between other people or groups or things. So Jupiter and Gemini, I'm really excited for it. I mean, of course, wherever Jupiter goes, it is doing a little blessing and sprinkling maybe either stability dust or miracle grow or fairy dust or whatever on those topics of life. As long as we don't like get entitled, get overly greedy, get overly like, yes, I must do everything, I think we're going to be just fine. I think we're going to be totally fine. I digress. Mercury is about commerce. It's in the word commerce, so buying and selling and trading. Um, Mercury is the lord of astrology, of divination in a lot of ways. And so, Gemini is this place where we are interacting with a lot of different things in the aether, in the firmament, maybe. Mercury was the psychopomp. They could go in the upper and lower worlds. So Mercury has a lot of flexibility built into it. Gemini being a mutable sign, also a lot of flexibility built into it. Um, Mercury or Gemini and Mercury are curious by nature. Jupiter now in this place. So how are these different? Now let's think about that, because we already talked about how Saturn in Pisces, there's a juxtaposition there of sorts in terms of Saturn being this dry structure seeking kind of rigid influence in a very flexible, soft place of Pisces, very different energies. And now Jupiter is in what's called antithesis in Gemini. It's in the place that is the most different from its home. Another word for this is being in exile, being in detriment. So none of these words sound great, pretty much how it sounds. We like to think about it in the Hellenistic terms, in the terms of resourcing. So, if we're looking at a chart, each of these signs has a ruler. And when we look at Saturn, they're ruled at this moment by Jupiter. So we'll be talking about that. So Jupiter rules over Pisces. If Jupiter were in Pisces in its own domicile, or if Jupiter were in Sagittarius in its own domicile, in its own home, it would have all the resources that it would want to do its job. Jupiter, meaning making, Jupiter, storytelling, which is very different than where Jupiter is, which is not about making a whole full story. It's about finding all the bits of pieces of information that make up the story. It is collecting data. And Jupiter isn't necessarily about collecting data. It's about bringing all of it together and making meaning out of it. But the asking of the questions itself, Jupiter gives answers. Jupiter isn't asking questions. That's Gemini's job. That's Mercury's job. So when we think about resourcing, Jupiter in its own sign is very well resourced to do Jupiter things. When Jupiter is away from its home signs, especially as far away as it can be in Gemini, it is not given the tools to do what it needs to do. So does that mean that Jupiter is not going to be able to Jupiter for a whole year while it's in Gemini? Absolutely not, because we need to, when we're talking about planetary condition, I think a common thing for us to do is to immediately think, is that good or bad? If a planet is in detriment, does that mean that's a bad planet or that that planet is doing a bad job? And that's not the case. When I think of resourcing, so think about it this way. If someone has a lot of food and a lot of shelter and love, they're going to be really strong, probably, or stronger than they would be if they were under-resourced, where they didn't have the food that they needed, the shelter, the support that they needed. So at the same time, do we look at someone who's under-resourced, under-supported, and say, oh, that's a bad person, or they're not able, they don't have the capacity to do a good job? Not at all. That person is still awesome. That planet is still great. But at the same time, like, yeah, they're also not given a lot of food, in this metaphorical sense. And so they're not going to be able to do as much work maybe as consistently or as in a way that they even would have hoped for. Um, Now, what the outcome is a lot of times, what we see happen with this is similar to people who are under-resourced. They have to be resourceful. They have to do more with less. They have to be creative and innovative, coming up with ways around the challenge, coming up with ways to cope with or endure the difficulties. Now, sometimes it's not a lack of resourcing as much as it is a mismatch of resourcing. So let's say there's a bunch of support for Jupiter, but it's not the support that Jupiter would like or would choose for itself. And so also, if I'm needing to add a bunch of numbers together and I'm not given a calculator to help me do that quickly, now I have to do it by hand and I might make some mistakes. Um, but does that mean that I can't think of other ways to like double check my work to make sure that I'm correct? Like it's having to be resourceful and figure out ways to do what you need to do, even though like there might be support, but it just doesn't quite fit. So the last way that I'll try to explain what it is like for a planet to be under-resourced or a mismatch of resourcing would be like being subculture or counterculture. Perhaps you just do not fit into this time and place with these people and these cultural mores, and it is not an easy thing to be here. So does that mean there's anything wrong with me for wanting my weird haircut or something like that? No. But is that going to make my life a little bit more difficult every once in a while when I get someone saying you have a dumb haircut or some stupid stuff like that? Yeah. So this is what happens when we have a planet that is not fitting in with its surroundings. Doesn't mean there's anything wrong with that planet. Doesn't mean it's a bad planet. So let's just be really clear about the whole dignity. This is a whole matter of dignity is the fancy word for it. And it is an important discussion to have because recently we've had, and I mentioned this before, that Jupiter in Taurus is kind of middling in dignity. They're fine here. It's not their favorite place to be, but it's fine. Here, it is a bit of a step down. Now, there is a bunch more nuance to this, and I will show you insofar as if I bring up my complicated wheel, we can see that at least for the first 10 degrees, Jupiter is going to be in its own decan. And this first decan of Gemini is really interesting, where an Austin Coppock in his workshop about the 36 decans described one of the ancient images that now I don't know where this came from, so I apologize for that. But I linked his workshop. You should all take it for sure. But they described the first decan of Gemini, these first 10 degrees, as being one of the images was a levitating woman with wings and like more than one set of arms, like sewing, wielding a knife, like doing a bunch of different stuff, like that didn't go together. And that is such the vibe of Gemini. We get in here and it's endless potential. And we see Jupiter ruling over this decan. And it's like, if Gemini already wasn't this multiplicative, like it's not just two, it's multiple, it's multiple, it's multiple. Now let's expand that even more because it's Jupiter's decan. And that's what Jupiter's doing here very, very well, is maybe finding a ton of inspiration. So I'm very excited for Jupiter and Gemini because I'm hoping what it's going to bring is inspiration to parts of our lives where we haven't felt inspired in a while. So wherever Gemini is for you, like this theoretical Sagittarius rising person, maybe over the next year, they're going to find some inspiration through partners, in partnership, through others. But there's many, many options maybe to choose from. Jupiter is a little bit better resourced when they're in their own bound like this, or sorry, in their own decan like this. And Jupiter will also at one point be in their own bound. And that is going to be, what is that? I certainly don't have the bounds or terms memorized, but that looks to be about 1, 2, 6 degrees to 12 degrees of Gemini. Looks to be about. That is a period of time where Jupiter is going to be in their own bound. And from about that 6 degree to 10 degrees, they'll have two kind of these modes of dignity. Um, Jupiter also, are they? Let me just double check myself before I wreck myself. Yes, Jupiter is a triplicity lord of the air element. And so just Jupiter being in air is another point of dignity that Jupiter has that helps them feel a little bit better here. So in terms of that resourcing, okay, maybe they do get at least like a shitty calculator, to add up all their numbers. They're not totally left out, or they get a book that helps them. So that's Jupiter's dignity situation. We can see that it's not as simple as just Jupiter and Gemini. There are going to be these other shades of symbolism coming in here. Uh, but yeah, that gives Jupiter a little bit of help when it comes in here. So one other thing, now just squishing Jupiter and Mercury together. How can we use these things together in a way that makes some kind of sense? Oh, my light just burnt out. That's okay. Um, One way that I'm hoping this comes out is if Gemini is question asking and Jupiter is that goodwill and openness, it is a chance to give each other the benefit of the doubt a little bit more, to ask curious, compassionate questions, compassionate question asking. If there is some kind of challenge or struggle in the Pisces parts of our chart with Saturn, finding more information, going out of our way to learn something, that might be part of what helps us get through that. So, yes, a potential for scattering, but also there are ways that Jupiter energy can come together with Gemini energy and be really, really constructive. So, the dignity discussion aside, I mean, think about it. We got the storyteller and the data person here. We've got the question asker and the question answerer. So there are a lot of great ways that this could come out as. This is very much the multi-potentialite type of energy. The Renaissance person, kind of, what is that saying? Um, what is it? Jack of all trades, master of none, but something, something. Having a multi-potentialite is better than none. I don't know what it is, but it's basically saying you don't have to be a specialist. And you can be the pollinator person, and pollination can really help us out during this time. So one other thing I was wondering too, if we have Jupiter, who is pretty chill right now, is going into Gemini, which I know Valen said Gemini was a calm sign. I don't know what he meant by calm, but I don't find Gemini to be that calm. It feels quite frenetic, and there's a lot of thinking and a lot of question asking, a lot of wondering, a lot of curiosity. It's really fun, but it doesn't seem restful. Uh, you can take Jupiter out of the chill. You can take Jupiter out of Taurus, but you cannot take the chill out of Jupiter. Jupiter themselves, I hope, is going to bring some chill into Gemini, whereas Gemini could be shooting off on all these directions and maybe we're getting really inspired. Jupiter is also the wisdom to know which ones of these are meaningful and purposeful. So if we mix together Jupiter being meaningful and purposeful with all of this ability to learn and be informed and all of that, it's bringing discernment to that process. It's bringing more of a kind of cohesive, like, hey, we could learn a billion things. I could read these 10,000 books, but these 5 books are actually the ones that are going to help me the most, given, what Jupiter is in charge of. So again, dignity aside, I think there's a lot of cool things that we can get out of Jupiter being in Gemini. And then, of course, just taking Gemini out of the equation completely, Jupiter going into a place helps that place pretty much for the most part. Now, one other thing I should mention, Demetra kind of touched on it when it comes to Jupiter in poor condition. So to that dignity discussion of Jupiter and Gemini, I'm just going to go back to it actually, because I'm not going to be able to say it. So Jupiter in poor condition decreases the powers of the high-minded and begrudges progress in life. So decreases the powers of the high-minded. I mean, and this feels like kind of the opposite of good reputation, good condition Jupiter bringing like dignity, reputation, prosperity, friendships with great men, favor of leaders. Let's just assume that, maybe we're not getting the favor of leaders. We're not getting the benefit of the doubt. Maybe it's the opposite of what I just said. I was like, I hope this is giving people the benefit of the doubt, but maybe Jupiter themselves is, maybe it's the opposite. So let's just watch for that and see, I guess. But if we're just basing it on this, then we're going to have to go with, watch out. Maybe we can't rely on goodwill as much if Jupiter, Lord of Goodwill, is struggling. Maybe we can't rely on, you know, people just assuming and affirming and saying yes all the time. So, okay, I think how I'm going to reconcile this. If Jupiter is usually, we think of the best version of it, expansion, abundance, growth, opportunity. This stuff about Jupiter being in poor condition or having less resourcing, maybe some of those good qualities are inconsistent. So maybe they're not happening as consistently. Maybe it's just sometimes you're getting high regard from a friend. Sometimes you're getting the benefit of the doubt, not all the time or most of the time. Um, Maybe where we would expect Jupiter to give us some kind of boost in rank or goodwill with our fellow man, maybe we don't get that as we would have expected. So it'll be really interesting to see what this will end up being. But let's all just kind of have temperate expectations, very tempered expectations about what the good Jupiter juice is going to be. So I think what else is there about these two themes together, Jupiter and Gemini? Oh, yeah, one other thing. So progress, there can be this idea about progress in that we always must be progressing and there's no room for rest. But I think that's kind of a capitalistic kind of idea, and I don't like it. And what if we're supposed to progress on rest or saying no to stuff? Or, what if the progress that we're talking about is internal? I know that Gemini, it is more externally kind of focused, but what if we're seeking out information, having really enlightening conversations with people, doing all those Jupiter kind of making sense of all the Gemini details? What if we're all doing that in order to make internal progress with our inner work? It could be that too, especially if you're like a Cancer rising and we're talking about Gemini in your 12th house. Maybe the progress is with your mental health, emotional health, or spiritual health or practices, or with chronic health conditions or something like that. That is not necessarily something you're broadcasting out to the world. So, progress does not have to be material achievement based. It can be so many things. And that's where we want to look at the house topics that Gemini is in to get really specific about where we're maybe wanting to coordinate this expansion or this growth that could be happening. So stay focused. As Austin Coppock says, if we're frozen in choice paralysis, pick two or three, not eight. No one is making you pick one. Hopefully no one is. So let yourself pick two or three things. Now, maybe the universe does pick a few for you. Maybe your things to focus on, and maybe it's your fourth house and it's like your home and your parent relationships or your, child or your family. That is, maybe that takes up two of your three things. And now you only have room for one more thing. So, I see that a lot with Jupiter. It brings opportunity. It doesn't mean that we will be in the correct position to receive that opportunity and move that ball down the court, so to speak. Jupiter and Gemini. So now, last thing before I talk about squares, just a few notes. Now, we've been talking about Saturn and Pisces and Jupiter and Gemini. Saturn and Jupiter are on the same sect team. They're both daytime planets by Hellenistic standards. So that means that they are more sympathetic to each other. So even though there is a square, the fact that they're both on the daytime team helps them want to help each other. Even though Saturn's going to be kind of, Saturn about it. Pisces is in a sextile to Capricorn, which are the places that these planets rule over. And my idea with that is that even that just speaks to some kind of understanding where, both Saturn and Jupiter know what it is to have a nighttime earth watery place that they have to be slow with. They agree on that. Another thing that agrees here is both of these planets are dealing with mutable territory. They're both in mutable signs of Pisces and Gemini. So they're both experiencing this changeable territory, which is not great for them if they're trying to be more balanced and stable. At the same time, maybe that gives them a little bit more sympathy with each other too. It's like, well, if I have to be flexible, at least they also have to be flexible. And if I'm going to be kind of inconsistent and changeable, they also will. And we'll kind of be on that same page together for better or for worse. Now, the big disagreements here, of course, just a square. I feel like a square can be kind of a disagreement sometimes, one that we get through. But Saturn being the lord of loss and slowness and death, and Jupiter being the lord of abundance and enthusiasm in life, and just that kind of summer winter dichotomy in there. But those two themes can also, we know they can work, complementarily and in harmony, even though they're very different notes. They can still, like right now in the sextile, these notes are coming together in a very harmonious way. Where we have it right now. Whoops. So this is a good segue in talking about the square because a sextile is harmonious. Think of two different notes in a song and they're coming together and it has a nice melody or whatever, a nice chord. Now let's pretend that we have a couple different notes and now they're in discord. It's kind of like two notes that don't necessarily go together as well. And that is where we get into the nature of the square and what do we have to adjust or change or pivot in order for these Saturn and Jupiter energies to be working together and to be able to have that complementary sympathetic relationship that they want to have, but the squareness of it is making Saturn and Jupiter have to change and adjust to that. Now, this starts on May 25th of 2024. Again, just to be clear, that's when Jupiter goes into Gemini. And at this point, too, I'd mentioned a bit about the second decan of Pisces already, but that's where Jupiter will be. So Jupiter is really trying to come into alignment, or sorry, Saturn is trying to come into alignment with what is going on in the Pisces area. So trying to create structures, healthy boundaries, discipline around Pisces house topics. And it is in that kind of aligning period. I can imagine the perfect structure. I can think of the ideal type of boundary situation I want to have here. So that's going on. Jupiter, well, I guess now they're too far here. I went too far. When Jupiter is in the first decan, that is that first decan of like, I could do anything. I could do 10,000 things and I would like to, please. And Saturn is sending a square saying, hey, that thing that you feel inspired by right now, does it fit into our limitations? Does it fit into the bigger, longer picture? And Jupiter might run into a hard no from Saturn. Hopefully it's more of a soft no, but this is what the nature of the square might be, is having to negotiate Jupiter trying to say yes and Saturn being like, no, wait, no, slow down. Or in some instances, just no. So squares are of the nature of Mars. Does that mean that squares are bad? No. But it does mean that squares are going to be tense potentially. Squares require effort. Mars is effort. Squares have conflict, discord. And so when I use words like pivot, problem solve, adjust, change, that is in response to, okay, the effort is being placed here. How am I going to place my effort skillfully? Um, yes, there is discord. How do I navigate that discord? By adjusting, transforming, compromising, changing, things of that nature. So, tense, but potentially very constructive. This is a problem solving type of energy. I always like to think too, it's like when we think about the angles of a chart, these pivot points, the ancients in the Mesopotamian area talked about them being like tent stakes, that held up kind of the tension in the corners of a tent. And so I kind of wonder with squares, they're these tense points, but they also can be really kind of structurally supportive in a way, and having to navigate that is just natural. Anytime we're on a path in life, very infrequently can we continue on that path forever without adapting, without changing, without some kind of adjustment along the way. That is just what happens when you're on a path for a really long time. And that is what these planets are going to be doing here. Now, one thing to consider is like there is a little blip of time when Saturn goes into Aries, and this is, what did I say? It's summer, fall in the northern hemisphere, May through September of 2025. They're going to go back into a sextile for a little while. And then Jupiter's going to go into Cancer. They'll be in a square again. And then finally, what is it? Saturn will move back into Pisces, and then there'll be a trine. So the part that we're talking about again today, I am really focused on this square, but to then zoom out and give you all a bit of a wider picture, this square is kind of nestled in between other sextiles and trines of Jupiter and Saturn. So the vibe I'm getting is like we are in this 3-year long growth process that's really taking us across Pisces and eventually into the cardinal signs, across Gemini and into the cardinal signs. And this process with Jupiter and Saturn, it is this growth process, and Saturn is slowing it down and letting it go and slowing it down and letting it go, kind of like a breath a bit. Maybe it's not a steady breath, but we're going into a messy period of growth that eventually we will come back to and clean up. So I feel like mid 2024 to mid 2025, messy period of growth. It's not to say we do not come back and sort this stuff out and clean it up later when we're in these other sextiles and trines. So yeah, that's the wider picture. Let me see. I guess last little thing that's coming to mind from my notes I didn't say is that as Jupiter is navigating all these things it wants to do, and as Saturn is being like, no, but did you think about this consequence? And what about this? And we don't have the resources or whatever. Saturn is probably right about a lot. Saturn's realistic. It sees what is really there, and it is really struggling against Neptune, who is trying to tell us all the things that are a fantasy and not real. So Saturn trying to see what's real. However, I think that can go too far, and we can actually get into cynicism. And just because someone sounds cynical, that does not mean they're correct. I think we have this tendency to think like because someone is being negative or doubtful or cynical, that means they're more correct or they've thought harder about it. That is not always the case. So whereas, yes, realism, yes, doubt, the healthy doubt that spurs us to investigate and make better choices, not the kind of doubt that just has us doing an anxiety loop. But yeah, doubt, but let's also not get into this territory where we think that because we're being cynical, we're being wise. That is not necessarily the case. So, and Saturn and Pisces, I think, can get how I've been experiencing it. Not to say y'all out there who have this in your birth chart are emo, but for me, who's fumbling these energies, I'm feeling a little emo sometimes. So one other thing I would like to mention in regards to the square is the exact degrees and the timing of when that is going to happen. So, of course, on May 25th of 2024, when Jupiter enters into Gemini, that is just a sign-based square. So, like right now, where are we? We're at 12 and 15. We just had that beautiful sextile. And so, even when we get to the end of May, I mean, yeah, Jupiter is moving into a different sign. So, we're going to have a sign-based square, but it's still a degree-based, more of a degree-based sextile type of relationship, kind of moving into a square. So, I just want to point that out, but we're going to be building up then to this square energy, this discord between the growth, the expansion, and the limitations. That is going to be the most loud in August. So August 19th is when we see this square exact. It happens again December 24th of 2024. So again, August 19th of 2024, December 24th of 2024. And then this is actually once Saturn and Jupiter get into the cardinal signs, but that's another one. So, you know, it's not until August that that discord is going to be the strongest. And so watch things up until then. My advice is to be judicious, with Jupiter. That is that picking of 2 to 3 things and not 8. Because once we get that actual square in August, I think we're going to be reaching our limits of growth for that point of time, basically. So the better we can just come into that already not overextended, not have to pull back on things we already let out of the gate, that would be ideal. At least that's how I'm going to be approaching things. Let's talk about transits this year. And this is the last general discussion thing I have around this square. And then we'll get into the rising sign horoscopes. So I've been talking about Saturn and Jupiter in a vacuum. Let's bring in the nodes and Mercury. So Mercury, on this chain of resourcing, Saturn has to ask Jupiter for help. And in turn, Jupiter has to try to get a hold of Mercury for its resourcing to resource Saturn. So when Saturn is trying to get help in Pisces and it's looking to Jupiter for help in terms of guidance or support or whatever it is, Jupiter already, I can imagine it's like, like a parent and all their kids are like yelling at them for different things, like to get different needs met. And that parent is just being pulled in all these different directions. And, they're looking to Mercury then for help. It's like one of my kids, Saturn, is pulling on my apron string. And I'm trying to help all these kids, or I'm trying to keep an eye on all these projects. And then I have to ask Mercury for help too, to even help Saturn and all these other things that are pulling my attention. So then what happens when Mercury is retrograde? Probably not additional help. So I want us to just, wherever Pisces is in your chart. For me, like again, I'm an Aquarius rising. It's my second house. So with my money, even though Mercury retrograde might have nothing to do with that Pisces place, like just looking at the transit, because of this chain of command, I am actually going to be on high alert for my second house topics during Mercury retrogrades. So for those dates, I'm just going to rattle them off here. And these are the ones between, like, just while Jupiter is in Gemini. August 4th of 2024 to August 28th of 2024. November 25th of 2024 to December 15th of 2024. March 15th of 2025 to April 27th of 2025. So those are when the Mercury retrogrades are going to be. And then those may have downstream effects to Saturn and their resourcing, and there might be, challenges. So Jupiter themselves, so Jupiter and Saturn themselves are going to go retrograde. So I also want to talk about that. So Jupiter stations retrograde October 9th of 2024 to February 4th of 2025. That period of time, just side note, that Mars retrograde in Leo is also during that time. So that's kind of totally unrelated, but just throwing that out there for any astro nerds who want to know. Uh, so Jupiter retrograde, this is now just, especially the stations, an added time where what we would normally expect out of Jupiter in terms of help, resourcing, expansion, abundance, something about it goes awry. Something about it isn't as good as we thought it would be. Or it's just that inconsistency in goodwill, inconsistency in stability, understanding, learning. It's not great during a retrograde in general. So I know I'm being really black and white here. For those of you who listen to me regularly, I'm much more nuanced usually than this, but yeah, just know that during the retrograde, especially during the stations, so that again is more October. So I mean, planet is retrograde for that long. I'm really the most considering what's going on during the stations because that's when that planet is going to be the loudest. So that would be again October of 2024 and then February of 2025, whatever Jupiter is in charge of in your chart. So also the house topics associated with Sagittarius and Pisces, those might be more loud at this time as well. When I say loud, I mean more events happening in your life, more apparent, those topics, those house topics in that place coming up more apparently, more vividly, just, more, whether it's internally or externally. Saturn's retrogrades, those are June. That's when Saturn stations, June 29th of 2024 to November 15th of 2024. So it's almost like they pass a little baton, like Saturn is retrograde first, and then it hands the retrograde baton to Jupiter, and then they do their retrograde. So, for at least half of 2024, at least one of these planets is going to be retrograde. That happens every year. Uh, but these are the dates. So then if I want to pick on that one, especially June, July, and especially November. Sorry. Oh, that can't be. I must have wrote a typo. Oh, yeah, I did write a typo. Yeah, so sorry. So July, like June 29th, end of June into July of 2024 and November of 2024, Saturn topics and Saturn ruled places might be louder, more vivid. Those things might be coming up more. So if you want to mark those dates, I know that's vague and, I feel like after 6 months, there's so little context. If, as much as I can see the shady archetypal outline of something, I can't tell all of the details necessarily. So again, I know that's vague, but that's what we got. And then the last thing I wanted to mention is the North Node. So, or before I do, I'm going to complicate this picture further for those of you who are more advanced. So if you are a beginner to astrology, I want you to like plug your ears for a second and just totally disregard this. But if you want added detail on where the Saturn struggles are coming from, perhaps they are coming from the Pisces house topics. Like totally could just be the challenges, the delays, the barriers could be solely about those topics. They could also bring in the other areas that Saturn rules. So for this hypothetical Sagittarius rising person, challenges in home, delays in home, land, real estate, parent stuff, family stuff, but also those challenges in their private life, challenges with real estate, challenges with parents. Maybe it's also involving money in the second house. Maybe it's also involving third house communication issues or local kind of ordinance issues or something like that in the neighborhood. Something about neighbors. So, or siblings. So, not to complicate things even further, but life is complicated. If you want added clues about what the Saturn topic challenges are, not only Pisces stuff, but Aquarius and Capricorn house stuff. And then, yeah, and we keep looking for help in Gemini. So this theoretical Sagittarius rising person, they would be looking to others for help, maybe, or maybe they have a really smart friend, or maybe something about their partner helps them learn something that, or that relationship helps them learn something that then they can use in these challenging areas of life. So it could be so many things like that. Or let's say it's an open adversary in the seventh. Jupiter is liberation from open adversaries. So that could be helpful, you know? Okay, what else? The North Node. And then that'll be the last general thing. So the North Node's going to be moving into Pisces in 2025. Now I'm going to talk about all this again next March, February, March, and get ready for the next iteration of this. I'm going to have 3 kind of Saturn and Pisces check-ins. But so we'll talk about this again in the future, but I know it's a bit far away. But eventually the North Node is going to come into Pisces, and that is just going to add another layer of kind of changeability, instability, confusion, Rahu stuff. So already, you know, the potential for mess is pretty high here. And at some point then we get, or I shouldn't say at some point, it's January of 2025. The North Node will move into Pisces and giving kind of a messiness now in Pisces that we didn't have. The messiness was more concentrated to Gemini. Now there could also be messiness when it comes to Pisces. Uh, let's actually just find exactly what this date is. I should have done this earlier. Apologies. It is January 11th of 2025. That is when the North Node moves into Pisces. At least now I'm embarrassing myself. Do I use the mean or the true? Does anyone know? I'm sure someone does. So depending on the mean or the true, it may or may not be in here, but around, we'll just say January of 2025, depending on mean or true. Now, I like to think of the North Node not just as where we are headed in a contemporary astrology way. I also like to think of North Node in terms of the story that we get from is more from Jyotish or Indian astrology, where they have a story about a dragon that is immortal, but also is like this disembodied head of a dragon for reasons I won't get into. And it's like it's someone without a stomach. So it's like stuff goes in and there's no terminus, there's no endpoint. The South Node is the terminus. That is the tail of the dragon, Ketu. North Node is the head of the dragon, Rahu. I like to think of this dragon as kind of just like more, 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 nom, 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 nom. So we can get craving for becoming, as we call it in Buddhism, craving for maybe a material world achievement, especially material world stuff. In Pisces, it might not be physical stuff. It's not like there's means you're going to be greedy or something like materially greedy. It could be, you know, a drive for more and more experience, a drive for more and more of some other kind of achievement, spiritual achievement, but I doubt it. A drive for more and more learning, understanding, acceptance, Pisces, oneness. But in any event, excuse me, in any event, first and foremost, more, 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 very more, and confusion, frenziedness. I don't like that here. Neptune is also going to be here, already kind of doing some of that stuff. So this really just adds on to more of that. I don't like it. I don't have much to say about it yet, but it's going to add even more challenge, I think, to this relationship because now more is being asked of a place where Saturn is already like, it's too much, we need to do less. Or there's already a lot of responsibility here. There's already a lot of Pisces things that like Saturn is trying to hold and keep going. Or maybe there's a long-standing challenge and now there's this other thing that's thrown in that could be confusion, that could be just not a helpful influence. And in Jyotish Vedic astrology, these grahas, the nodes, they are not seen as a positive benefic type of influence, not usually, and especially not with Saturn here. And then the closer and closer and closer the node gets to Saturn, then that moreness then really does start to meld with Saturn, and we start to get more Saturn. So I'm going to talk more about this in next year's video, but I just want to throw that out there. If you're interested, if you have points that are in late Pisces, late Gemini, late Virgo, late Sagittarius, that nodal shift might be more palpable for you, might be more noticeable. Okay, so, I've said it a couple times. Again, main points, Pisces areas of your life, responsibility, maybe, duties, challenges, delays, restriction, limitation, hard work, delayed gratification. I haven't talked about this a lot, but commitment, Saturn and commitments, Saturn and secrets, Saturn and structure and healthy boundaries and discipline. All of that is fine and good. Ideally, we want to be flexible about it as much as possible, because that is just how Pisces operates. They're not going to operate well under the most strict circumstances. Jupiter, bringing all of the themes aforementioned: stability, growth, goodwill, friendship, faith, hope, understanding, putting meaning on things, liberation. All of this could be coming. Let's dial down our expectations just a little bit, because we know we know Jupiter's condition is complicated, but we've got some help, but it's complicated. So we might not be getting the lottery ticket Jupiter, we usually hope for with them. So we're dialing down our expectations a little bit. And then we are mostly just trying to keep focused here with what is growing, keep focused on what wants to expand, but keep it limited to as much as you can actually progress with or have a sense of progress with. Because if it gets too scattered, we're going to lose that. Okay. So I think that does it. Finally, that was a whole presentation basically. And now we're going to get into the rising sign horoscopes. And I'm going to start with Pisces, because you always have to go last. And it's Saturn and Pisces. So let's get into that. I'm going to take a quick break and I'm going to come right back. And I'll be right back. Okay, for Pisces rising, I'm going to start out with talking about your first house. We'll move on to the fourth house, talking about Jupiter. For especially Pisces risings, if you want to go back and look at my video from last year about Saturn and Pisces, I'm going to go into a lot more depth there into what the transit of just Saturn moving through your first house is like. It's a whole big discussion all on its own. If you're part of that Saturn return generation, even more exclamation points on that. But just to summarize a few points, if especially over the past year since March 2023, since Saturn has entered the whole sign first house for you, Pisces rising, maybe you've noticed even feeling like Saturn, the first house being your mind, body, spirit, and general circumstances. It could be you feeling like Saturn, you feeling older, more experienced, more mature, also maybe slower and older in a very physical sense of, I remember I just went through this. I'm an Aquarius rising, and I literally felt older. I got my first white hairs. I got bifocals. I got my first noticeable wrinkles that are definitely not going away. So all of those Saturnian things really became true for me personally. So maybe if you're a Pisces rising, you've already been noticing those things. Stepping into experience, stepping into maturity, into positions of authority where there might be more responsibility. So other Saturn things in the first, noticing a lot of big commitments, important commitments, responsibility, duty, obligation, even ones we lovingly choose. In the first house of general circumstance, we can see, the chart being not only you, and especially the first house being you, but that vague general circumstances that's associated with the first house, external things to you. So when we think about challenges, obstacles, delays with Saturn, That could be, the call could be coming from the inside of the house. It could also be an external obstacle, an external delay, an externally imposed limitation, and an externally imposed structure. So any of these types of Saturnian things that are really unpleasant, especially if you're a night chart or you were born with the sun below the horizon, Saturn things can become even more extreme. So, especially delays, extreme delays, or I should say extremely in terms of like their loudness, but extreme delays, extreme burdens, extreme responsibilities. Just amplify it, dial it up if you're a night chart. But I also don't want to make it like this is all on you. This was all like, it might be, self-doubt, self-restraint, self-imposed limitations, but I also want to leave room and hold space for the fact that some stuff is external to us and it's fated. And, before we had Pluto being the planet that was control, power dynamics, stuff like that, a lot of that stuff was with Saturn and was signified, was an omen kind of that Saturn was in charge of. So if you in your life, whether that challenge, delay, burden, issue is coming from inside or outside, I just want to validate all those things. So Saturn in the first house with your general circumstances, it can pop up almost anywhere. General circumstances is really vague, but I also find it to be very true. People will say just like, yeah, in general, I feel, more responsible for things, or in general, I feel like there's just more for me to do because I have experience or authority in matters. It can be kind of profuse in the life. So I just want Pisces risings to make those considerations when they're thinking about, which of these things is it one of the many things I just listed? Is it more than one that you might have been experiencing thus far? And then when we want to look for help, of course, we look at where Jupiter is, and they are giving blessings and opportunity, abundance at the best in the fourth house of home, parents, private life, land, real estate, things underneath the earth. Also your ancestry, thinking about, parents, their parents forever. So ancestry. The fourth house more psychologically can speak to our upbringing, our conditioning from, our origins, all the things that kind of make up the foundations of the self, but also very much just private life. So, Jupiter at the very least bringing stability, hopefully, to some of these areas. So if there's been difficulty with parents, private life, home life, family life, house, dwelling, if you've had issues with those things, maybe now with Jupiter coming in, there might be some kind of relief or stability coming in with that we didn't have otherwise. We can also see opportunity, growth, abundance, those types of things coming in with Jupiter. Jupiter brings understanding, learning, including learning curves, knowledge, all of those kind of understanding, bringing things together qualities. So, a lot of times with Jupiter in the fourth house, I'll have people learning things about their parents, learning things about relationship with parents, learning about their ancestry, learning about home ownership, learning about the land that they're on. So if you are, especially if you're like in the United States, Canada, any place that's been colonized by Europe, looking into the origins of the land that you're on, and more than likely who stole it from who. Those would be good Jupiter in the fourth house activities if you're looking to learn about the land. Um, Now, when we come to this square relationship, so let's say, let's put these together a little bit, more on the constructive side of things. Let's say there is struggles in the general circumstances, whether that be, just feeling like maybe not having as much capacity for things. Like there's only so much of you to go around. There's only so much of this Pisces rising to go around. And they might be having to have some healthy boundaries around things. They might have to say no to certain opportunities simply because there's just not enough time in the day. What limitations of the first might be coming in. And maybe it's okay that we're saying no to some things. If there's a lot of opportunities, say, in your private life to, I don't know, hang out with certain family members, um, maybe all of that exists, but that to do that, that requires saying no to certain other things in the life, whether that be friends or other aspirations potentially. So there might be some negotiation happening here, but I think it can still be seen as a constructive thing. Um, with, okay, if there's let's say, that classic Saturn melancholy, doubt, depression, all of those Saturn qualities. Granted, doubt can be a good thing. Doubt can be something that spurs us to investigate, know more, do better, etc., improve. But let's just say you got Saturn in your first and you're feeling kind of down. And what we can look for help is what in the home life, what in the private life is helpful, what in the parenting relationships is helpful or nourishing, and looking to those relationships in the fourth house, or just looking to having a private life in order to help get through those tougher times in general. That can be a way where Jupiter is able to help Saturn out. Um, Now, let's say that it is more of the difficult situations. Maybe there's a bunch of different real estate options to look at. Maybe you're looking at buying a home or moving, and you're looking for different apartments or something like that. And maybe there are a ton of different apartments, but in general, you're really limited by a work schedule or some other difficulty that makes it difficult to get around town to look at all of the apartments. So, with this opportunity, where is the barrier? Where is the obstacle? Can we identify it as Saturn? Can we label it as that? And then find ways to work around it, or to just be really kind with ourselves while we're waiting, because sometimes I do think so, kind of more in the bucket of worst case scenarios with Saturn, it can feel like this immovable obstacle that there's really nothing one can do. It feels like, applying for something through the government and having to wait for months to get a response. And what do you do in the meantime, or waiting to get insurance for healthcare or something. And then, all the waits that happen around medical care. So it could be, stuff that just has nothing to do with anything that you are doing or not doing. And in that case, again, hopefully there's a stable environment for you, a stable kind of lily pad for you to hang out at while you are stuck waiting. Um, Maybe it takes a little bit of adjustment to take full advantage of that lily pad, but I do hope that there is one for people who are even just really stuck. What else? So yeah, I think, there's a metaphor I wanted to use as well here, just when we think about this square and negotiating the fact that, maybe there's a lot of opportunity, growth, etc., learning, understanding happening in the fourth. Maybe that is difficult for the first house, for the identity. This could be learning about, maybe something related to ancestry, intergenerational trauma that might really inform, difficulties in the general circumstances, or with, the experience of being alive and existing, and then what changes need to be made to accommodate that new knowledge, what adjustments or pivoting can be made to bridge the gap between, okay, we understand these things. What can I actually do, Mars? Where can I actually place effort in order to build something more sturdy? With Saturn, I feel like anytime Saturn moves through a sign, Saturn just like wants to restructure things, deconstruct things, reconstruct them. Um, so they might be doing a little bit of that with the self, with the understanding of the self. And not all of that is easy work. So, again, where can we continually look to the fourth house for opportunity, help, assistance, even just a place to rest? Trying to think if there's anything else with this. No, I think that's it. And knowing too, this square by degree becomes the most strong in August of 2024. So when it comes to like maybe feeling the tension of, hey, I would love to do all these things with my home. I would love to rearrange the furniture, but I would love to do all these activities relating to my fourth house. But there are only 24 hours in the day and so much of me to go around as a Pisces rising. I think the tension of that might be the most around August and then maybe again in December of this year. But for the most part, I think there's a lot of adjustments, changes, pivots where we will be able to take advantage of a lot of what Jupiter has to offer in the fourth. All right. Good luck, Pisces rising. I wish you the best. So moving on to Aries rising. This for you is happening across your 12th house and your third house. So, the place of mental health, emotional health, spiritual health, and those practices. The 12th house is a place of suffering, either your own or witnessing other people's. It can be a place of hidden things, secrets, um, loneliness. The 12th house is not an easy place. The 12th house can have to do with chronic health challenges. And, with the spirituality piece, a lot of the 12th house, I think in our challenges, we end up with spiritual insight, basically, or spiritual virtue like compassion, empathy, understanding, etc. So that is kind of a sad silver lining to the 12th house, but that is a real thing. And I think, Saturn in here right now in your 12th, there's a lot of work, a lot of long-term inner work that could be going on with people here who are Aries rising. So just being extra gentle to yourself, extra kind to yourself. Um, Saturn on the angles, but also Saturn in the 12th can be really, really quite a difficult transit for people because the 12th house is already so Saturnine. It's already about loneliness. It's already about feeling exiled, being marginalized, being disenfranchised. When we get Saturn in there, it's just doubling down on all of those topics. So if you have been having, even just in that desire to have a spiritual practice, have a mental health, emotional health practice, Saturn could be delays in that, challenges in that, delays or challenges in getting chronic health needs met. And I know all of this is sounding not great, so apologies, but I also don't want to sugarcoat anything. Saturn is also discipline, responsibility, accountability. So making healthy boundaries and healthy discipline around mental health, emotional health, spiritual health. This is kind of if your train has been off the rails, Saturn gives you an opportunity to put the train back on the rails. But that is a lot of work and a big, long process, literally and metaphorically, to put any train back on the rails, usually. So if that's you, be so gentle with yourself. Again, hold yourself to the highest standards, but you also got to hold yourself with the greatest compassion as well. Saturn, Pisces, standards, compassion. The first one is easier. Society encourages it. The second one is harder. Society discourages it. They do not encourage us to be compassionate to each other or ourselves. This is especially hard in the 12th house. I'm mostly going to talk about Saturn here. I'm going to just summarize the 12th house as hidden things, behind the scenes work, spirituality, suffering, but know also there's emotional health, chronic health, mental health stuff in here. Yeah, that's a big old long learning curve for everyone, but especially these 3 years, you might really be feeling the weight and the heaviness of some of these 12th house topics. So when Saturn is looking for help, though, they are going to be looking to Jupiter, and Saturn is going to find Jupiter in the third house, a place of communication, community, familiar people, places, and things. So, there's this is the very much like look around you and there should be help theoretically somewhere around here in these either geographically local places, but the third house can also be familiar people online or familiar places online, like any kind of websites that you frequent online. So help can be found there. And when we're looking at expansion, growth, growing in your understanding about communication, growing in your ability to listen, growing in your ability to communicate in a way that is helpful. This could be opportunity with familiar people, places, things, opportunity in your local community. This is also a place of short distance travel. So it could be stabilization if you've been having travel difficulties, any kind of challenges in your travel life, whether that just be like maybe your car has been broken down, maybe it's like literally your ability to ambulate or move around in your regular ways in your home. Jupiter here, I'm hoping can bring some stability, heck, even a mobility aid. That would really fit for Jupiter in the third house. So this is also a place in the third house. It is a place of divination, dream divination, I mean. So look for answers in your dreams. I know that sounds like a weak kind of thing, but some people would say that's a very strong recommendation. Depends on how much you believe in dream divination. But the third and the ninth are these places that have to do with dream divination. And Jupiter, it's kind of like seeking answers through those means. Third house is the regular embodiment of our beliefs. So our big ninth housey beliefs. In the third house, this is the regular going to the spiritual place to worship. Or if I'm like, my example that I use all the time is I believe in astrological magic. So I put like special magical oils on my bodies during different times of the day or week or whatever. So those, when I was an atheist, it was my pour over coffee routine. And it pretty much still is like coffee in the morning. Like my temple does not get going. Like the sun does not rise until I get my coffee situation figured out. So any third house regular ritual that helps you get through your life, I think there could be some expansion, some opportunity here for those to be places where we find support. Um, it's more of a kind of a self-guided process, but yeah, third house, primary education, foundational learning of anything in the third house. So perhaps you are learning new things, taking, it could be formal courses, but it could just be the school of life. You're just learning a lot about something new. And hopefully it's able to help the 12th house challenges that might be going on there. Now, it could be Jupiter trying to expand, trying to meet opportunity in these local, regular, familiar spaces. But perhaps Saturn is having some limitations in the 12th house. Maybe chronic health is a limiting issue. Maybe anxiety or loneliness or any other mental health, emotional health, spiritual health challenge is limiting from communication, limiting us from doing the things that we want to do in our local, familiar spaces. So if that's going to be the case, then what areas can we place effort where it's going to help? What changes can be made? What pivots or adjustments can be made? Maybe I can't quite, take advantage of this opportunity nearby, but there's a different one that hopefully is not too much lesser in quality, but it can happen more timely or at all. I think that's all I need to say. Let me just check my notes. Yeah, that's pretty much it. So in general, like if we look at it from that progress angle, with progress in the third house, that might be delayed a bit by 12th house matters. And, I think communication is going to be really important for Aries risings because I can imagine, I can totally see this being that there's friends and people around you that, might have help. But in the 12th house, things can be so hidden. Like the challenges, they get hidden. Uh, whether because the person is just having a hard time asking for help. Can be so many reasons people keep their challenges to themselves and don't want to share or don't feel comfortable sharing or might not even be safe to share. So when we look at the 12th house or Saturn being secrets, I wonder how much of this square, this challenge, the tension is from needing help, but not being able to ask for help, needing help, but, just finding some difficult, tense challenge in asking for help. and doing the communication and letting people know around you what's going on. So, one other thing I would like to mention about Aries rising is that some of you might have your IC, your Imam Coeli, Imam Chile, not sure which one, but your IC is a point that speaks to fourth house topics of home, family, parents, dwelling, land, ancestry, and your private life. All of those fourth house topics end up getting imported into your third house. And so when Jupiter is with the IC, not only during this Jupiter in the third house time will Jupiter be helping to stabilize and support your third house of familiar people, places, and things, but the fourth house topics of home, family, private life, and land dwelling will also benefit from Jupiter's support and stabilization. So just to keep that in mind, that that's an extra whole pool of topics where there might be opportunity, where there might be growth, where there might be expansion. And for you, that's especially going to be true for Aries rising. That's especially going to be true the further we get into the end of 2024 into 2025. Whoops, that's too far. But we're going to find Jupiter at the end of Gemini. So especially if like your IC is just in like this last part of Gemini, maybe more in 2025 is when you'll start seeing those opportunities shift more from third house topics more toward fourth house topics. All right, for Taurus rising, this falls in your 11th and second houses. And so for the last year and for about the next year and a half, Saturn is going to be reflecting challenges, obstacles, delays, responsibilities, commitments, slowdowns or loss in the friendship department, but also the aspirations and hopes department. So when I talk about Saturn being doubt of some of the things you've been working toward potentially, or maybe a slowdown or a cooling off of some friendships potentially. Maybe just slowness in friendships, or maybe responsibility. It could be having a lot of responsibility in your friend groups potentially. So it's not all bad. Could be putting up some healthy boundaries in the 11th house friend zone, could be saying no to friends, and that could be a good thing. But if there are challenges here with aspirations, challenges with friends, where we can look for help is the second house where Jupiter is. So this is one way of looking at it. Insofar as Jupiter being the Lord of Saturn, here being in Pisces, maybe, okay, difficulty with friends, lots of responsibility maybe with friends, but it's like you have the resources to get through it. You're learning, you're able to learn, and you're able to navigate whatever responsibilities or challenges these are. Maybe you're making some really big commitments in friendship because you have the resources right now. So, I guess that's the not to sow seeds of doubt, but I think one of the thing with Jupiter here is that they're going to be wanting to say yes to a lot of things. Maybe they have a lot of responsibilities with friends and wanting to give and being really generous with that, but knowing that, this might not last forever. You might not always have this level of enthusiasm. So just being discerning and saying, I'm going to make some hard choices and choose these 2 or 3 things I really care to invest in versus 8, so that we don't get overextended and so that we don't press on the tension that is this square. So I think that would be one way to lighten things up between this relationship of Jupiter and Saturn, is that if Saturn is having a hard time with all the growth opportunities and how do I hold these, one way of doing that is to just, even right now, as I record this in March, do your best to not overextend yourself. Do your best to not say yes to too many things. Well, Saturn might be throwing up some challenges on like a path that you're aspiring toward. Maybe how you're meeting it is learning new skills, putting, that second house place of resources, putting that in terms of skills and talents that you're learning that you could sell for money, that could become a resource, even just an intellectual one. It's kind of like how learning a language makes your brain basically more pliable or able to learn just other things better too. Like when you're learning music or learning a language, it helps your brain become like even smarter. So I can definitely see Jupiter doing that down here during this year, mid-May of 2024 to 2025. So with Jupiter being here, might want to learn a ton of things, do a bunch of skills, might have to make some hard choices. This could be abundance with money or just stabilization. So let's say you come into this period of time and your bank account has not been doing well. Jupiter can bring some stability to that. Maybe it's not the huge lottery check or whatever, but it's at least something that helps stabilize and take a little bit of the pressure off. We could also see even better than that. Maybe you're doing okay, and maybe this is some kind of increase or opportunity for cash money. Any other kind of resource too, anything that you find to be a resource. So that can be literally anything. Some people still collect pogs. You know, pogs could be a resource for you. I'm really dating myself, but whatever those resources are, just remember that they could be helpful for your friend stuff. They could be helpful for just whatever you're aspiring toward. And if we want to make it a little bit more complex, if you're more of an advanced astrology learner, we have the Lord of the 10th and the Lord of the ninth house being Saturn. So if you're looking for like, where are the commitments? What do they have to do with? Where is the responsibility and the challenge that maybe I'm seeing it show up in the 11th house of friends or my aspirations, but maybe that pressure is actually really coming from the career or from the beliefs. Maybe, you know, one thing that's really important for Saturn and Pisces is to remain flexible to, you know, when Saturn's trying to impart or impose a structure, even a healthy one, because structures are, you know, we need structure to feel safe. You know, we have walls around our home for a reason, so it can protect me from exposure from the outside world. But we want those walls to have a door. We want them to have a window. We don't want them to become like a barrier between us and other people. And so any kind of structure imposed by work or even our own belief systems, the more flexibility, the more compassion we can add into that with Pisces, the better. Um, and that might be, you know, Saturn, they would rather be Aquarius and Capricorn. They would rather be, you know, hard and fast and have high standards and stick to them and do it right the first time. And there's not a lot of room for soft, squishy humanity in these places. And I say this as someone with a lot of placements here. Um, but I also, fortunately, unfortunately, I'm not sure yet, probably both, have a Pisces moon. And so that I just keep saying it, and I know it's annoying, but you know, that Cory Muscara saying of holding yourself with the highest standards, but also holding yourself with the greatest compassion. That works both ways. It's got to go outward. It can't just go inward. So, you know, and that's my own opinion. I know some people will disagree with it, but having compassion for each other as well, holding each other to high standards, but also holding each other with compassion and being like, hey, I understand that maybe there's stuff over there with you that I don't understand about, and I'm not going to be so hard on you. Like that, it could be just as simple as that. Or it could be that you need that from other people. Maybe people are being hard on you, and you could really benefit from their flexibility and their compassion. So Saturn can be hard and can be a difficult time. We can feel loneliness when Saturn is in a place, but just knowing that like there's some internal gem inside of you that Jupiter is really like pointing to. Jupiter, I think, helps us remember like the cool stuff about ourselves sometimes and helps improve our confidence. It's like that affirming voice. And right now, Jupiter in the second house can be like, hey, this is what you're really good at. This is what's really cool about you. This is what you have to offer. And it's not just one thing, it's a lot of stuff you have to offer. So hopefully that can help with any kind of delays or chilliness or challenges that you're having in the 11th house. If you're midheaven, and this is something that I should clarify. So in whole sign houses, sometimes that midheaven, MC, that's the top of the sky at that time of year, at that latitude where you're born in your birth chart. If that falls in your whole sign 11th, then that's going to add in career, life path, life trajectory, and public life into this topic of challenges. So perhaps there's a lot of responsibility at your career. job. With your public life, maybe you're having a lot of responsibility in as a public person, and whatever that is, maybe hopefully at least you're getting a big paycheck for it. Okay. That's what I have to say there. So good luck, Taurus Rising. Now moving on to Gemini Rising. This falls across your first and your 10th houses. And so Saturn, maybe there's delays, struggles, a lot of responsibilities in your career, in your life path, whether that is a lot of responsibility and it's busy, or whether it's slowing down and there's delays. There's something that could be challenging in the life path in general, in the career path more specifically, um, in the public life, perhaps. So, 10th house being the public life could be a lot of public responsibility, a lot of, uh, very visible delay that we can see. And that is hampering all the things that Jupiter might like to do just in general. Jupiter, the good thing that Saturn can do here is ask Jupiter for help. And Jupiter is in your first house of general circumstances, putting a little bit of bubble wrap around you, Gemini rising. Things might be hard in the career or the life path, but in general, Jupiter can help you at least with a good sense of optimism, a sense of hope or faith that things are going to work out. It can be confidence that you need to get through the doubt that might be happening in the path, doubt in the career. And then Jupiter comes in and says, "Yeah, but I actually know stuff. I've learned stuff. I'm learning. I'm good. I can do this job, Saturn." And there's maybe some tension there, but whatever the challenges are, Jupiter is able to say, you know, we can expect the worst, but we're going to hope for the best. So Jupiter in the first house, bringing learning about the self, understanding of the self, expansion or growth of yourself, whether that is spiritual, of mind, of body, of spirit. Jupiter expands any of those things. It can expand your mind, it can expand your body, it can expand anything for better or for worse. Jupiter is also, they're more the spirit of the law, not so much the enforcement, but sense of justice. So if you feel like in your 10th house, you're not being compensated, um, things are not going fairly, there are maybe secrets. Jupiter is here really being like, yeah, but that's not how you do that. This is the way to be respectful. This is the way to be truthful and honest. And maybe there's some tension going on there between what's going on at work and how you might want to be more, just honestly express yourself in your daily life. So if you're stymied in that self-expression, might be really frustrating for Jupiter in the first. Um, Jupiter brings stabilization of general circumstances. So if things have been not stable in your life in general, Gemini rising, maybe after Jupiter gets in here on May 25th, we will begin this process of stabilization over the year ahead. Jupiter wants to say yes in the first house to itself. And maybe the job and the responsibilities are making it really hard to do that. It's like I'm always having to say yes to my boss, or yes to the work that needs to be done, or yes to other people. That doesn't really jive very well with Jupiter wanting to say yes to itself, wanting to affirm itself, and really protect itself. So, no advice, only validation that there might be that to juggle. Uh, Jupiter is liberation from difficult circumstances. So again, more on that kind of stabilization piece. If things have been rough in general, maybe Jupiter is not a lottery ticket, but it is some kind of stabilizing, balancing force here. It is goodwill. Things might be hard in life, but you have a good attitude. I know that's kind of a crummy piece of like silver lining, but yay, Jupiter in the first. Yeah, just be careful about not saying yes to too many things. That's my main concern for Jupiter in the first, is just being almost too positive, overextending the self, saying yes to too many things, and then the weight and the heaviness of just life and all of your career paths or life paths just becoming too much on top of all of that. So uh let's see, anything else I missed? Yeah, I guess just last note, the fact that this is a square, just that those keywords of between you and your life path, your roles and your career, your identity, your career, your identity, your life paths, any of these first 10th house types of things coming together, something might need to be adjusted. Something might have to pivot, change, transform in order for these areas of life to feel like they're working out well. Um, yeah. And last delineation, in general, just feeling so inspired to pursue so many things. And again, just the weight, heavy responsibility of life might come in the way of that. Um, all right. Cancer rising. This is going to be across your ninth and 12th houses. So perhaps there are challenges with the belief system. Maybe we've reached our limits of how far we can go with the belief systems that are held in place at that time. And the 12th, I think about as private spirituality. It is the core and the foundation of all of our beliefs. The ninth is like the rule book of the beliefs. The 12th is like, well, where did those beliefs come from? Well, who told them? Well, who told them? Well, who told them? And then we get lineage traditions. So this could easily be someone just studying astrology really hard or studying divination or any other advanced topic and having to be super disciplined about it. Maybe you're going to college or some other formal kind of education experience. And there is maybe a lot of insight, growth, understanding happening in the lineage tradition realm or the spiritual health realm. Maybe you're learning a ton about your internal world and it is just not fitting into the structures that be in the mind. Like this looks like the mind getting too big for the current belief systems. It's like literally a crab that needs to molt. Like it's about to molt because it's gotten too big for its shell, basically. So I can imagine someone with, systems of seeing the world, worldviews that have gotten them very far and they've gotten a lot of mileage out of it. But maybe now some spiritual insights that they're having, some larger understandings, maybe learning about the core, the foundation of where their beliefs came from, maybe has them feeling like the sweater is too tight. The crab shell is too tight and we need to restructure or change or we're slowing down in these beliefs. Like they're just not holding up like they used to. Um, with that example of like a formal education, the Saturn delayed gratification, effort over a long period of time with advanced learning, and then Jupiter, showing that foundation of all of that advanced knowledge really also growing and having shoots come out, little sprouts come out of it all over the place. So this just could be a very intellectually gratifying but difficult period of time for Cancer risings. Um, Again, you could just be studying really hard. And I can think of the 12th house too as being this hidden hermity type place. So it's like doing a lot of learning in private, doing a lot of internal work, expansion, growth with the internal spheres, emotionally, mental health wise, maybe being really disciplined about your spiritual practices and seeing growth in this 12th house. That could be it too. Maybe discipline with the worldviews that you do have, discipline around your spiritual life. And maybe that translates to improvements in mental, emotional, or spiritual health. Um, Maybe this could go both ways. Spiritual doubts from this like more core hidden spiritual growth, and maybe that's causing doubts in the belief systems. Um, Maybe it's kind of the doubts that lead to exploration of more things in the 12th, more hidden things. So I guess I'll give some other like long distance type of example, like long distance travel examples. I mean, Saturn delays or challenges or reaching limits with long distance type work or travel, and Jupiter really wanting to have some alone time, some solitude, some space in here. So this looks like maybe benefit coming from retreat, but difficulty getting there. Like this is like trying to go on a spiritual retreat, but Saturn is like, and you're not allowed to go to that country anymore. So something like that. That could be this for dear Cancer rising. Um, I should say, if the midheaven is in the ninth, this could also have to do with your career and your life path. All of those things are going to end up coming into play as well. So, again, if you're using whole sign houses and you notice that the midheaven is floated into either the 11th house or the ninth house, in your case, Cancer rising, um, if it is in the ninth, midheaven, it'll look like this. Well, MC or something like that. Uh, then Saturn is like delays or in the career or responsibilities at the career, having some impact on the spiritual health and mental health, emotional health, and the growing we're able to do there. It's like, I would love to read this book about meditation, but I've got so much work to do. I've got so much responsibility. It could also be maybe all the responsibility having to do with work, if the midheaven is up here with career, the pressures of the life path are causing you to grow in this kind of spiritual, mental, emotional health realm. Um, Jupiter, if we're going to help, if we're going for to Jupiter for help or for guidance, if Saturn is having a hard time with beliefs, long distance travel, if your midheaven is here, if Saturn's having trouble with career, it is looking to the mental health, emotional health, spiritual health practices to help with those things. Looking internally, looking inward. And if you're someone who has a hard time looking inward, boy, do I have the YouTube video for you. I'm going to link it below. I actually just thought of it now. It's not in my notes, but it's from Thich Nhat Hanh, and he's a really just such a compassionate, loving person. And he talks about, he has a podcast, and him and some of his spiritual buddies, they have this really great podcast about why it's hard for a lot of us to look inside. And one of the things that they talked about was just like if you're really hard on yourself, if there's a lot of judgment, if there's a lot of Saturnian judgment happening, it's going to be hard to look inside. It's like anytime you're getting feedback, it's harder to get feedback from a mean person. It's a lot easier to get constructive feedback from a nice person or a compassionate person. So I wonder if Jupiter in the 12th might not be a little bit more compassion than you're used to in looking internally. And the ground is fertile for getting insight about your internal worlds with Jupiter in the 12th, but we might have to make an adjustment around how much judgment is happening, and not to assume anything. Maybe you figured all this out already, so maybe this isn't for you. But I think that, if we can dial down that Saturn judgment, that'll make it easier for us to look inside. And the way to dial down that judgment is the understanding that Jupiter can give, that understanding of the conditions that led to the challenge in the first place. It's not the same as not being accountable. We're still accountable, but we can say, oh, that's why this happened, though. This is why we're here. It makes a lot of sense. This is what we'll do differently. But without that self-flagellation, it's like that initial arrow of the painful thing happening and then the subsequent arrows of judgment afterwards when we remember the thing or we're judging ourselves for the thing. It might be a whole dance about, Jupiter in the 12th, Saturn in the ninth, and the ability to have a worldview that is kind enough to let you learn about yourself. Again, that is not going to be for all Cancer risings. Some of y'all are fine. some of y'all need to be a lot nicer to yourselves, especially with Saturn maybe in the ninth house, because it's kind of like the ninth house is your worldview. It's like the all the lenses of political beliefs and just how we see the world, and we put them up and we look through the world. And so for Cancer risings right now, I mean, they're picking up their lenses, and like Saturn has made them very sad and very cynical and realistic, but pretty on the negative side of the judgment, usually Saturn. That's tough. So it's going to take a lot of extra work, maybe for Cancer risings, especially, to be nicer to themselves with Saturn in the ninth of like the worldview. I'll probably say the same for Capricorn risings with Saturn in their third house of the regular environment of the mind. So, yes, doubt is helpful, but it can actually, if it's too much, or if judgment's helpful, but if judgment's too much, it can really keep us from self-awareness. Um, and it is interesting. Saturn to the Hellenistic astrologers was said to be ignorance. Jupiter was knowledge and wisdom. Saturn was ignorance and secrets and not knowing certain things. I think just that conflation of the joy of Saturn being in the 12th, the place of hidden stuff and secrets. But it's like our internal world doesn't have to be a secret, but it will be if there's too much judgment. So, okay, is there anything else here? Perhaps, if things are tough in the career department, if your midheaven is in the ninth, or if the belief stuff is just having you in a cynical mood, Jupiter in the 12th can be like, but I have an office door that closes. I always talk about this in my forecasts. It's like there's some forecasts or some astrology weather where if you have the privilege of having a door that closes, wow, a lot of people don't have that. So don't be afraid to use it. Shut that door. You can curate your space if you want to. You're allowed to do that. So in the 12th house with Jupiter in the 12th, it can be that liberation via isolation, via solitude. Now, last thing here, this can be liberation from enemies, particularly hidden enemies. The 12th house is people who annoy us, all the way to people who are like straight up problematic hidden enemies. And Jupiter can be liberation from those either annoying people who annoy us or irritate us, or situations that are harmful. If you are in a situation of some kind of captivity, which I know sounds extreme, but it happens all over the world, unfortunately, and in really like vivid ways and stereotypical ways. But captivity also happens in a lot of subtle ways. Um, the captivity of our own belief systems, the captivity of our own minds, the captivity of abusive relationships, the captivity of abusive jobs. There's so many ways that people can be held captive that are very complicated. And that is a 12th house matter. Jupiter in the 12th house can be liberation from captivities. So if you are feeling trapped in some way, I don't know how, but perhaps Jupiter will be helpful with that somehow. And at worst, maybe that's just you have a good attitude and you can get through it. But liberation from 12th house challenges. Last on that note, if the 12th house is a place of mental health, emotional health, spiritual health, potentially challenges around that, chronic health challenges, if the 12th house is just strife and suffering in all of its endless forms, even ones that we don't recognize as suffering and we think they're great and it's not, my little Buddhist bias. But if the 12th house is just suffering, maybe Jupiter can be liberation from some kind of suffering. So, and maybe this is, you're seeing other people around you who you witness suffer. Maybe they are getting some relief from that as well. So we can see that relief from troubles, relief from 12th house troubles. We can hope, a girl can dream, right? So good luck, Cancer rising. All right. And for Leo rising, what we have here is Saturn in your whole sign 8th house and Jupiter in your whole sign 11th. So the themes that Saturn has for the last year been bringing in and will continue to bring into your eighth house, I'm just going to list them off here, but in general, we have complex finances, death, occult, and esoteric things. But more specifically, if we use derived houses, we can come upon the notion that the eighth house is our partner's resources. And the second and the eighth houses really become, so for Leo and Aquarius rising, the houses of our stuff, other people's stuff, and how we exchange that. So in the eighth house, it's how we are collaborating with others, how we're exchanging our time, our effort, our emotional energy, our whatever we have, skills, talents, it can be anything. I mean, sex, I also put in the eighth only because it is the oldest bartering chip, right? So insofar as that, usually, and we'll get here with other rising signs, but fifth house is where I put sex usually. So just to clear that up for anyone who's wondering about that, if you are a Leo rising and you have an eighth house Saturn, I'm looking at exchanges. Complex finances. I am not a super financially literate person, but whatever you have, like in your quote unquote portfolio, investments, any kind of, and then we get into inheritance. So the legal financial kind of crossover of power of attorney stuff, advance directives, living will, all of these kind of things that have to do with death ancillary. The eighth house can be death itself. So, depending on what's going on in your life, the context in your own life, I don't want to scare anyone. Of course, I don't expect death with Saturn, but Saturn can be loss. Saturn is griefs, as we heard before. So all of that would make sense if those themes were coming up right now for you, for if you're a Leo rising. When we get to that notion of anxiety or mental health things with the eighth house, I think modern, more depth psychology, astrology, that's where they place those matters. And it makes sense to me. I mean, if we think about it, if we look at this horizon here, if we can imagine this is us standing in the middle, um, this is the west where planets are setting versus the east where planets are rising. And so imagine planets, who have done their journey to the top of the sky for the day, done their work up there, start falling back down. And at this point, they're about to cross into the underworld, a place of unknowns. And, it's not that the underworld is a bad place, it's very necessary. However, a planet kind of, I imagine them going down a roller coaster, being like, oh no, like what's down there? So, in that way, a planet's journey through this part of the sky, yeah, it may be some existential questions coming up. What is it to have a life? What is a good life? Am I living a good life? And then we end up, kind of very practically in the eighth house. If you have natal placements in the eighth, lots of therapists and accountants, you know, or actuarial scientists or people who work with death topics, death ancillary. So there are, some tough topics in the eighth. Saturn is a tough transit to have go through there. So whatever limitations or constraints, responsibilities, duties, delays with those topics, if you're trying to do all those things and they're just going really slow, that would be a thing. Making healthy boundaries with how you relate with other people and exchange yourself with other people. That could be some of the more healthy, constructive work that Saturn is doing here. Or, in that kind of exchange, it's either other people might not have as much help for you, or you might be called on a lot, lots of responsibility from the other to help others. And maybe it's just your partner. When we need to ask for help, we're going to look for Jupiter. And Jupiter also is showing us, okay, not only can we get help from here in the 11th house, so asking your friends for help, even if that's kind of uncomfortable or tense for some reason. The 11th house hopes, dreams, aspirations, maybe this stuff over in the 8th is difficult, but there's something that is, there is something you aspire toward here that is pulling you forward with some optimism or some hope that it'll turn out. Um, and on the other hand, maybe separate from this notion of Jupiter helping out Saturn, We can also think of Jupiter as this expansion element in the 11th. So expanding of friends, expanding of friend groups. Let's say 11th house topics of friends haven't been going well for you recently. Maybe this adds some stability that hasn't been there, or some goodwill between you and other people that hasn't been there. This could be not only expansion, opportunity, abundance, at best with friends, but also aspirations. So if you are inspired, if you feel like moving towards stuff, if you feel like you have like a fire in your loins, maybe it's your intellectual loins because it's in Gemini, uh, let that stuff, let that build momentum. Let that energy kind of carry you and pull you forward. Now, the thing here is that there might be several, it's maybe like not just one friend, but a couple or three. Maybe it's not just one aspiration, but two or three that you are needing to focus on. Then we kind of go back to this notion that Saturn is in this overcoming position, meaning that they're going to have more of a say in the situation. And so, as many directions as Jupiter wants to go over here, and as many exciting things as there might be with friends, Saturn is kind of saying, well, there's only so many hours in the day. You've got these obligations to these people or causes or things, or maybe it's those topics of end of life or complex finances. Whatever it is in the eighth, it might be limiting the number of things that Jupiter can, explore and do, I guess. So let me see if I'm missing anything for Leo. And I guess I'll elaborate a little bit too. So on the 11th house, that can be friends, it can be allies. I like to think of it, given that this is a place that is the joy of Jupiter. If we look at one of the ways that the houses get their meaning, one of them is that Jupiter finds their joy in the 11th, very similarly to how Venus finds her joy in the 5th, or Saturn finds their joy in the 12th. And so some Jupiterian things imparted onto the 11th are that goodwill, allies, friendships with good men, great men, or whatever Valens was saying. Um, it's people who cheer you on, basically. So when Jupiter comes into your 11th, if you're a Leo rising, maybe relying on those friendships of people that will cheer you on and help you and give you advice and guidance, or opportunities, or whatever it is. This is the friends saying good things about you in the room when you're not there. This is helpful in that way. But this can also be acquaintances, more of those loose affiliations or networks of people in the 11th as well. So it doesn't have to be best friends in here, but even just people like, fellow astrologers would be in my 11th, or I'm part of the dance community. So it'd be dancers. So whatever your little communities are or groups of people you're a part of, that's where we find help, especially for the eighth house things. And maybe these are connected. Maybe it's like there's so many opportunities to collaborate and it's causing a lot of responsibility on Saturn in the eighth. So, I think we just have to be judicious. That's a hard word to say. I should stop saying it. We should be careful and more discerning about all of the things that we want to say yes to. So that's kind of what I'm thinking for them. Yeah, let me just double check. Yeah, I think that covers it. So good luck, Leo rising. I hope things go very well for you. This is, like I had mentioned in the intro, kind of in these growth stages of Saturn and Jupiter's cycle together. We've been in this, we're continuing, or we're currently in this. Let me say that again. Ooh. So we're currently in this sextile between Saturn and Jupiter. And this is going to be the square portion of this growth cycle. And eventually we'll have a trine and a sextile again, or a sextile and a square and a trine. I mean, let me try that again. So currently we have a sextile. So currently we have a sextile between Saturn and Jupiter. And this sextile is just one step on this growth journey that Jupiter is on with the cycle with Saturn. And so now we're going into this more tense, messy part of the growth process. That's going to be the square. We'll have a sextile time again for a little bit, square, and then it'll open up into a trine, and that'll be more of an easier growth phase. But I kind of wonder if this square isn't more the growing pains. So, uh, yeah, I'm excited for it, but I think, we're going to have to temper our expectations a little bit and again, be flexible and just try to stay focused. So good luck, Leo rising. I would also like to add that anyone who has their midheaven in Gemini in their birth chart, so let's say you're using whole sign houses and you find the MC or the midheaven in the whole sign 11th house, that means that anything that Jupiter is bringing into the 11th house, whether that's stabilization, opportunity, growth, goodwill, whatever's being brought into the 11th house of friends and hopes and dreams, those blessings are also placed on topics like career, life path, life trajectory. So all of those more 10th house topics end up also benefiting from Jupiter's transit through Gemini. So when we think about all the ways that, we might be seeing a blessing from Jupiter, don't forget to include those 10th house type topics if you have your midheaven in your natal chart in that whole sign 11th house. All right, for Virgo rising, we have Saturn in your 7th house in Pisces, and we've got Jupiter and Gemini in the 10th. Now, for the last year and for the next little while, as we mentioned before, Saturn is testing these 7th house topics of partnership, whether that's a marriage partner, a business partner, a best friend, any kind of one-on-one really important person to you. That's a 7th house person. The 7th house can also be contractual, like contractually obligated types of relationships, business associates, clients, patients. If you are someone who in your work you have clients or patients, this is all of that one-on-one area. So I actually see a lot of practitioners who are like making their own businesses, trying to build their client or patient panel, so to speak, as Saturn is in here. It's that building of that foundation that will hopefully span the next 27, 30 years for you. But it's hard work and it is slow. Maybe there's delays, obstacles in relationship, and maybe some existing relationships during this time, there's a potential for them to cool off. It doesn't mean that there's something wrong necessarily, but sometimes it's just that Saturn, it's more serious, it's more somber, it is maybe more distant, withdrawn, isolating. So all of those influences. Now in the 7th, we have to also consider that might be your partner. This might not even be you. So this is what can happen with, especially Hellenistic or more ancient forms of astrology. They were considering not only the psychology of the person, but the external world around them. And so with any planet in the 7th house, that's really speaking in the 7th house, not only to that relationship that we have with them. So like our experience of it, how we show up in that relationship. We may be the Pisces Saturn influence in that relationship just as much as the other person, but it is also the other person. So sometimes, like I heard, it was in the astrology podcast at some point, I heard Lisa and Chris talking about how this is like, when someone steals your transit, like this can be that. So, keep an eye on that this might be, okay, maybe there's responsibility, duty, obligation with partnerships. And maybe that's because your partner is struggling. So perhaps you're doing just dandy, dear Virgo rising, but your partner is needing a lot of help from you. And that's responsibility and accountability and showing up in those relationships. So those are some possibilities with Saturn there. So we have Saturn here in the 7th house, and Saturn is imposing their structures, delays, limitations, barriers in those relationships. And now it's like, okay, a few things. Where do we go for help? Where do we go for assistance? We go to Jupiter in the 10th house. So perhaps there is a lot of expansion, cool things, stability happening in your career or in your life path, just in general. Maybe the trajectory you're on right now, if you're a Virgo rising, maybe that trajectory is going, your career is going well, and maybe that helps to just at least not be a challenge for you, but then to create just a stable environment in order to work through any kind of partnership challenges. Um, Aside from Jupiter just being that help to Saturn, we can also see Jupiter as that, okay, at least stabilizing influence in the place of career life path. It can be a liberating influence if you've been in a tough job recently or a tough career path. Maybe your life trajectory has not been going in a direction that feels good. Jupiter can be a liberation from that or a freeing from those difficult circumstances. So that's kind of Jupiter at the least. Um, if we want to look on more of that positive stereotypical side, this is goodwill in the careers. We remember that Jupiter is affirmations and yes. So if you are looking for a new job or a career, something that was really meaningful to you, maybe not like just a bill paying sixth house kind of gig, but uh, this is a good time to go after it. And I would hope that you would run into more yeses than nos. Now, there could be some no's. Saturn is over here. And I guess if you were, okay, let's say Jupiter does have a bunch of opportunities in the career zone. Saturn, now I don't want to scare anyone, but Saturn could theoretically, maybe especially if you're a night chart, and especially if you are in like a Saturn profection year where Saturn's really loud for you and your timing techniques, this could be a really cool interview, like a very off standoffish or aloof interviewer, or an interviewer that's really hard to pin down, or an interviewer that, I mean, at worst could be rejecting, but also could just be very cool and standoffish and not necessarily warm and fuzzy. That is one possibility here of many, but that might be a limiting factor or just a bump in the road. Overall, with Gemini being the place where Jupiter is, Gemini speaks to many, to several. It's a kind of a multiplicative energy. It also speaks to having to do things in more than one step. And so, kind of a circuitous path. We already had that going on with just the mutability we're dealing with here, but knowing too that mutable signs, especially in elections, this is where I'm thinking of it from, is that if a chart has a very strong mutable influence, especially on the rising sign, then you may need to take a second action in order to complete what you began on the first. So, interruptions, essentially. But let yourself be exposed to as much opportunity as possible, just knowing that eventually you will have to pick something, you will have to focus on something. And that could be for reasons where there are limitations, opportunity, or limitations, obstacles, uh, duties, and obligations in partnership. Or I can see this too. I mean, one last thing that comes to mind is like, let's say there's a bunch of opportunities, but the person that you have to contract with, that contract, like there's not an agreement there with it. So perhaps it's just negotiating, asking for something different. And if they say no, they say no, but we got to play to win. You got to at least ask. So trying to do some adjustment with any kind of contracts with people might be necessary to make them work. I think that's what I have to say about that for Virgo rising. Me just, yeah, I think that's it. So good luck, Virgo rising. Now, Libra risings, you are having this taking place across your sixth and then your ninth houses. So Saturn has been probably for the last year and will continue for another year and a half or so, going to be imparting challenges, limitations, delays, obstacles, but also discipline, healthy boundaries in your place of health, wellness. So challenges with health, but also working on routines or maintenance or being disciplined about health things. This could be long-standing health challenges. Being Saturn is slower, It's a drying kind of influence. And so it can be more chronic conditions versus Mars being more flaring up of things. Hashtag not giving medical advice. Sixth house is also a place of pets. So this could be a hard time with small animals, pets, domesticated animals, whether that is, maybe the structure around them, like a fence or something like that. I've seen that come up in real life. Also, loss potentially, not to scare anyone, but even just remembering past pets, if there's been loss with pets. Uh, my main piece of advice for that kind of stuff is that, well, a transit moving through a place does not mean that anything bad will happen necessarily. It really depends on if that planet is a time lord, if you're in like a sixth house profection year, if, it depends on many, many factors of timing that all have to kind of interlace in order to, have a result. But when it comes to your health and your pet's health for Libra rising, it's kind of like if you think there's a problem, just go get it checked out if you have the resources to do that. Don't play the waiting game if you don't have to. At the same time, this can be delays or barriers to care. So if you are running into very long wait times on the phone or to get an appointment, that would be Saturn in your sixth house. If there is, particularly loss of money or something like that over health things, or, if you're just investing a lot and there's some kind of loss around health there, I can imagine like getting the gym membership that we don't use. It's me. What else? So the sixth house is also a place of conflict. This could be delays, barriers, things related to conflict that are affecting your life in some kind of challenging way. And then labor, workspaces, bill paying jobs. At worst, the sixth house is a place of exploitation. At best, it can be a place of service. Um, Sacrifice in order to serve something and maybe not being compensated, but maybe it's like, working for an animal shelter or something like that. So Saturn is limitations around employment, potentially limitations around bill paying work, reaching our limits with that. If you have a job you're just super sick of, Saturn could be coming in here, making it really hard to tolerate it and kind of having us reach our limits with maybe that workspace. It could be challenges with authority in the workspace, conflict with authority. So, all of these are pretty challenging topics on their own. It could be any of these. And maybe, you're not in a Saturn ruled year. Maybe you're not in a Pisces profection year. And maybe this is just you being really disciplined at the gym or something like that, or being really disciplined with some health practice that you have, whatever that health practice is. In Pisces, I can imagine those health practices being more spiritual, being more artistic, being flexible, being hopefully fun. Um, it could be like maybe, usually I think 12th house when I'm thinking of mental, emotional, spiritual health topics, but it's a water sign. So perhaps we're being really disciplined about an emotional health practice as well. Maybe Libra Rising, you would really benefit from the RAIN resource I put below from Dr. Tara Brock. It's like an emotional processing kind of thing, if you want to check that out. Um, but yeah, healthy boundaries too. It can be, even with like family, romantic situations, bringing those fourth and those fifth house topics into the sixth. It could be like, I was just watching a video today about someone who was saying, this is why I'm not dating anymore. It's very bad for my health. And so this could literally be that. So when we are asking for help with these topics, the daily grind so just to kind of summarize, in the sixth house, we have health, pets, labor, conflict, very much the daily grind, the maintenance of our lives. Where do we go for help? Allegedly, the ninth house. So our beliefs, our belief systems, and our worldviews might have something to do with any of these topics. Maybe the way that we take care of our health, our pets, our daily life is really informed by the ninth house views, beliefs about the world. It could be expansion and change in those areas. that are making it hard to tolerate the sixth. Maybe you're realizing stuff and things and maybe about like politics or the economy, and it's causing a lot of disillusionment in the daily workspace. I can definitely see that happening. I mean, granted, that's probably happening to a lot of us regardless of our rising sign, but I can definitely see it here. It's like the big ideas are really growing and expanding, and it's like a crab needing to molt, like get out of its shell because it's outgrown its shell. I can definitely see that being a thing here. Uh, this is, maybe long distance travel will help out somehow with this. Going to a warmer place, say, if your joints are achy, whatever it is that helps in terms of travel. And this could be too, I mean, this could go with ideas, physical travel, but just unfamiliar people, unfamiliar places, unfamiliar things, unfamiliar ideas. This is like, oh, randomly figuring out astrology helps, or randomly figuring out Reiki helps, or something that maybe you like, and I'm kind of being relativistic to my upbringing in very like rural, rural northern United States. All of this stuff, the astrology kind of metaphysical sphere, very unfamiliar to me for most of my life. So for me, that would be my ninth house. But so whatever's unfamiliar actually there might be something helpful about it. So if it seems like, I don't know about that, give it a try. There might be something helpful in there. This is politics. Maybe there's some political affiliations that are helpful in your daily life or in your working life with conflict. This is publication and mass communication. So in the workspace, maybe you have a lot of responsibility as like trying to run your office, or you're a manager of something. This would actually be, maybe it's tense, maybe it takes some adjustment and some finagling, but perhaps advertising would go really well this year, or somewhat well. Maybe some kind of mass communicating, publishing would help out the work environment somehow. So, or putting yourself out there. Maybe I can imagine this being like, oh, I'm trying to get out of this job, but in order to do that, I have to put myself out there into the world. So I can imagine that happening here. Um, the ninth house being advanced education. It could be just putting in the reps and the hard work and the delayed gratification regularly in the sixth as you are studying some advanced topic. So just that kind of Saturnian long-term labor and long-term effort, but it's intertwined and entangled with what is expanding up here in the ninth. So lots of learning and understanding of things. Uh, I think those are I think I got all the main ninth house things. It can be bureaucracy, certifications. If you're doing like a passport, a visa, something like that in the ninth. Because like 2000 years ago, government, university, church, they were all the same building. So all of those buildings are up here in the ninth. And I think like institutional stuff and kind of the bureaucracy of various institutions in the ninth. So it could be, trying to understand those, navigating those. Maybe you're going to have some luck with that. Um, Still is going to be probably a circuitous journey, but then Saturn kind of putting in that regular effort of like, okay, I have this application in, I have to call these people like every week or whatever, and doing the reps to try to make progress up in the ninth. But maybe there are some delays in the regular daily life that are keeping you from those opportunities as well. It's like, if you're chronically ill and it's like, yeah, there's all these certifications or things I could be doing or things I could be learning, but I'm held back in some way, shape, or form. Now bringing in, those fifth and fourth house topics again, perhaps it's like wanting to learn something advanced. We would love that to happen, but maybe there's parenting responsibilities or householding responsibilities that are part of this sixth house labor as well. So lots of nuance in there. Just staying focused, let's say you are wanting to study a billion things, go to a billion places, um, do, publish a ton of things. We may have to make some hard choices about what to focus on. So as long as we're being flexible with our daily routines, uh, trying to focus on at least 2 or 3 and not 8 things to study or travel or, work with in the ninth. I think that's how we kind of bridge the tension that is between these two planets during this time. So that's what I have for you, Libra rising. Good luck. I hope it goes very well for you. And then we have Scorpio rising. So, Scorpio, this is in your fifth and eighth. And so, in the eighth house, we've got expansion, growth, opportunity, stabilization. In the ninth, in the fifth, we have barriers, obstacles, challenges, limitations, things of that nature. So with Saturn, this is over the last year and it will continue over the next year and a half. There's going to be potential delays, barriers, challenges to fifth house topics such as rest, leisure, romance, children, and fun. Self expression as well is another topic here, and creativity. There also could be a lot of responsibility, maybe even responsibility we lovingly choose, like parenting, just a ton of parenting responsibility. Maybe if you're a creative person or you're having a ton of, eighth house collaborations, maybe this is a lot of creative responsibility. It's just a lot of creative work on your plate during this time. Uh, taking responsibility for your love life. Maybe it's been a neglected area and that neglect is showing up and you're wanting to do things differently here. That could be a thing. In terms of rest, with Saturn delaying, blocking, making that more difficult, maybe you're looking around saying, yes, I don't have any rest. I'm not filling my cup. My cup is just feeling very empty. This might be a call to, make a structure for that, schedule it in, do some kind of discipline around resting, some kind of discipline around saying no so that you can rest. Now that is a privilege. I know that a lot of us don't have. Some people have multiple jobs and like they're a single parent and all sorts of situations out there that just are so, it's not as simple as just saying no. You can't just say you're going to take the day off, right? So Saturn's transit through here might be, how do we get in the amount of rest that is absolutely necessary, like at least 6 to 7 hours of sleep, and hopefully we can get there, So that might be your Saturn challenge. Maybe there's a challenge with self-expression, something of that nature as well in here. With all of those topics, if we're looking for help, we're going to be looking at Jupiter, and they are in the place of other people's resources, pooled resources like insurance and funding, grants, things of that nature. So this would be like, I'm having a hard time with creativity. Maybe I don't have a lot of resources to create with, but there's this grant I can apply for. Maybe I'm feeling really undernourished and undersupported in my rest, but it turns out my insurance covers a masseuse or something like that, and you can get a massage covered by your insurance. Maybe there's some trouble having fun, but maybe other people make it easier to have fun. So when we're asking for help as well in the eighth house, Jupiter, this planet of affirmation, this planet of yes, is in the place of other people's stuff. So if I'm going to ask other people for their stuff, their time, their energy, their support, hopefully we're more likely to get a yes. Not that it's a necessary or that it's a definite thing. Like you'll definitely get a yes, but the probability is higher with Jupiter in here. So when we're looking for help, looking to that eighth house, and what is the eighth house? So let's get into that for a minute. That is other people's resources, as I was mentioning, but it's also death and end of life topics. And the third big bucket is complex finances and pooled resources. And the fourth, what is the fourth? Occult and esoteric topics. I'm not sure if I mentioned that. So the eighth house, modern, contemporary, a lot of people put sex in here. Sex for me is more of a romantic fifth house fun thing. But the eighth house is what we exchange. And people have been exchanging sex since the beginning of time, basically. It's like the oldest bartering chip. So sex could be in here. And that might be a fantastic bartering chip for depending on what your career and life path is. So keeping that in mind, like the eighth house of collaborators of all kinds, there might be a lot of opportunity. And with Gemini, it's like we need to be discerning. There might be a ton of opportunity, but really having to make some hard choices about which collaborations to focus on, which of these resources and skills do I want to exchange right now. This could be your partner getting a raise, or your business partner, your marriage partner, your best friend. Someone could steal your transit. So, it's not a sure thing. But again, the probability of all these things increases when we have Jupiter in here between mid 2024 and mid 2025. So when we want help with those fifth house topics of fun, rest, sex, children, creativity, we're going to be maybe looking at other folks and what they can offer and help with. And then beyond helping Saturn, there might be, at the very least in the eighth house, stability. If there's been difficulty in the eighth, particularly around death and end of life topics, which I should also get into depth about, if there's been difficulty around that, like let's say the classic inheritance arguments that a lot of families struggle through, Jupiter can be a moment to do an olive branch. Jupiter can be goodwill where there hasn't been goodwill. Jupiter can be the paying out of inheritance. But it might help to mend some fences if there are fences needing mending. And this is all that would especially those types of family related scenarios, especially if you find that your IC, your Imam Coeli, Imam Chile, I'm not sure how to say it, but the IC, if that's in Pisces for you, family topics might be coming in here in terms of what things are challenging right now. So if you are having challenges with those things or just with other people in any kind of way, Jupiter in this place of what you're sharing with them. Maybe what you're sharing is your forgiveness, or maybe what they're sharing with you is their forgiveness. Maybe it's acceptance and being able to move on. So Jupiter can be that liberation from suffering that has to do with this, that acceptance, that understanding. At best, it is that growth, abundance, opportunity related to complex finances and investments, collaborations, death, any of those topics. So on that note of death, it can be very literal death. Jupiter is a planet of opportunity and good stuff, so I don't expect that to be so much the case. Nothing's impossible, but Jupiter, that's not the first topic I'm going to, because this is helpful, life supportive Jupiter. Now, let's say that you're like in your 30s, like me, and your parents are getting on in their years if they're still with you. It's like we have to figure out all of this end of life stuff. Who's the power of attorney? Where are the safety deposit box keys? I mean, even for myself, like I filled out my advanced directives and it was very depressing. And then I didn't give it to the clinic. Like you have to give it to the clinic, otherwise it's useless. So, all of these nutsy, boltsy adulting things I see when eighth house transits come up. When it's Jupiter, it's an opportunity to understand those topics, to learn about them. If you're financially illiterate like me, like learning about finances, learning about, I don't know, yeah, all of the investment thingies out there. This is a time to, be really discerning about your investments as well. Maybe there are a lot of different stocks or whatever you could choose from, but you got to make some good choices, about 2 or 3 of those and not a billion. So we don't want to spread things too thin, basically. We don't want to spread your creativity, your creative energy too thin here. Don't get involved in too many projects with too many people that it's not fun anymore. So that's another thing. Learning about death itself, understanding death itself in more of kind of that meaning and purpose way about existence, the eighth house being this place of existential crises sometimes. I like to think about, this place where the planets are setting, and I can imagine a planet, this is the West, and they're going down into the underworld, and they're not really sure what's down there. If this is the horizon and this is us standing in the middle. And so when planets are here and it's Jupiter, though, they're dealing with these topics, though, of, oh, geez, we're going to go experience something we've never experienced before. That's scary. Or, having gone through this whole cycle of rising, getting to the top of the sky, doing their work there, and then coming all the way down and being like, wow, what is a whole life? Am I doing life right? And the anxiety that can come with that of knowing that death happens. So much of what we do is to avoid the anxiety that we have around dying. So maybe Jupiter for you, dear Scorpio rising, who is totally equipped to deal with these topics. It is no wonder to me that, contemporary astrologers conflate the eighth with Scorpio, because it's not like they don't have nothing in common. Those heavier, deeper topics, Jupiter is going to be curious about them, wondering about them, trying to make meaning around them. And it's a good time to do that. So, the death stuff can be pretty abstract and intellectual, especially with Jupiter in an air sign here. Uh, but yeah, very in a practical sense, like with end of life things and complex finances, this is, Jupiter is trying to put together something that is cohesive and makes sense. It's like, it's not just that I have all these random little investments. Like I've got a bunch of, old synthesizers in my basement, and I've got this, thing that I could sell according to the Antiques Roadshow. Like, let's like gather all of those weird little investments and figure out what this whole thing is and if it makes sense for your future. Because, that is another thing too. Jupiter can be a forward facing planet in this place of endings and death. So it's very interesting. So that's what I have for you. Again, just to summarize, expansion with those eighth house topics, learning with the eighth house topics, um, growth with that, goodwill if there hasn't been, smoothing over of things, stabilization of things there if they've been unstable, if finances have been really unstable. Hopefully this is just a stabilization. And knowing that all of those things can help with what's going on down in the fifth house of children, rest, romance, leisure, fun, creativity. But there also might be some tension between these two things, as in so many opportunities and only so much creative energy to go around. Maybe, so there's a ton of collaborations you could be doing, but also a lot of parenting that you have to be doing. So there is going to be some tension between these topics, but there's also help that can be exchanged. So hopefully that helps for you, dear Scorpio rising. Let us move on to Sagittarius rising. So Sagittarius rising, this is an interesting one. And now we start to get into the signs where Jupiter and Saturn become the significator for the person themselves. So for Jupiter, or for a Sagittarius rising chart, we would have Jupiter as the ruler of that whole chart. So Jupiter is really like steering the wheel of the ship. And they, for you, are in the seventh house of the other. Now, Saturn has for the last year and will continue for a little while longer be causing challenges, strife, delays, responsibilities in the fourth house of home, parents, private life, ancestry. And those topics, whatever they are, we can ask for help if we need help with them from the other. So just one big headline, like if you're having challenges in your private life that you're not talking about, don't forget that you can ask someone else for help. You can talk to other people. There are other people who can listen, even if they're on a hotline. If you are having secrets that are really, really heavy during this time, May 25th of 2024 to May 24th of 2025, if you're having a lot of secrets you're holding, it's going to be really hard to keep them in, I think. I think Jupiter's going to want to say all of the things. So how you hold that tension, I don't know, but that just to validate if there's already kind of been that tension of secrets in the fourth, Jupiter, especially in Gemini, wants to proclaim and say stuff. So that tension might get kind of difficult. Just throwing it out there. Let's say there are challenges with parent relationships or cooling off of parent relationships. That might be something to contend with when it comes to opportunity with other people, or, maybe responsibility in your parenting life if you're the parent. Either way, any difficulty in those relationships, it could be, maybe exacerbated if you are too busy with too many other people and there's not enough bandwidth to deal with these challenges in the fourth. But it could also be that, okay, maybe particularly with fourth house people like parents and family members, there might be some cooling off or challenges. Uh, but with Jupiter in the seventh, that just kind of imparts goodwill in general with most of your interactions. At the broadest in the seventh house, I think of it as this place of just how we interface with any other person at all. I think that's more of like a modern contemporary idea, but I see it. And so, okay, challenges with parents or parenting, but there's goodwill here. So, and we might kind of oscillate back and forth a little bit, but that's there to help. So I think that's a little bubble wrap around our relationships, having Jupiter in the seventh, even our parent ones that might be struggling. Let's say there are obstacles or delays or something like that in learning about ancestry in the fourth house, or some kind of difficulty with ancestry topics. If you have ancestry practices, maybe this is you um, trying to build an ancestor type of practice with them. I don't have the vocabulary because I'm very new to all of that. But maybe Jupiter is some kind of one-on-one guidance you can get. In the seventh, I think of us having an appointment with some kind of professional, like those contractual little one-on-one relationships we have with people. This is asking for help with all of those fourth house topics, honestly. So ancestry stuff, this is like going to someone who's a legal expert, or if you need one. If it's, parent stuff, home stuff. Now, the fourth is also land, real estate, dwelling situations. This could be challenges in your literal foundation of your literal home. And then Jupiter is some expert that can help you, like a handy person. So this is just, again, any fourth house challenge. Remember to ask for help and know that we might have some, varying luck when it comes to that, and getting help from another person. Um, so when we're looking for help, looking to Jupiter, but then, okay, so separately from helping Saturn, Jupiter themselves is just expanding whatever is in the seventh. So expanding in partnerships. Maybe there's more than one. Maybe it's like a marriage partner or more than one, business partners, more than one. Uh, Maybe if you have a client practice, any kind of one-on-one business kind of dealings, maybe those are expanding and growing. If you've been having hard times in your one-on-one relationships, maybe this is that stabilization of those relationships. Um, yeah. Oh, and one other thing too. I didn't mention it, but Saturn being responsibilities and commitments as well. So maybe you're just really committed to helping with a parent right now. Maybe you're in a caregiver role. In the seventh, there might be some tension again with just, maybe all of the relating that might be going really well. But then knowing that all of those networks, all those people in your life, again, could even help if you're like having that caregiver burden. Um, Again, just Jupiter kind of in a vacuum in Gemini, learning about relationship, learning about partnership, them, the other person teaching you things. Uh, this could be you taking a teaching role with people one on one, whether you're, you can be teaching anything literally. Uh, and, teaching roles as well. Anywhere Jupiter is at any given time, there's teaching and learning possible there. And I think when I say teacher, people think I mean some like formal role, like being a teacher who works in a school, or like some self-appointed, like I am kind of a self-appointed teacher. It doesn't have to be like that. It can be like you're that person that people just come up to and seek guidance from. Like, it's like, do I have a thing on my forehead that says I'm a therapist? Jeez, like that kind of thing. Um, if Jupiter is that ability to teach sometimes and learn. And so sharing that with people, even informally, maybe there's a lot of that happening and you're just having great conversations with people. So, yeah, lots of cool stuff happening in the seventh. And how do we hold that and make some of the hard choices about which things to focus on, which people to focus on in the seventh, so that it doesn't get too big? This could be like the client business growing too fast, too quickly, or having, too many students or something like that. So yeah, just making sure that we're at least honoring some of the limitations that might be going on with Saturn in the fourth. So that's what I have for you, Sagittarius rising. All right, if we want to move on to Capricorn, we have this in your third and sixth houses. And so for the last year, there might have been some kind of challenges, delays, obstacles, uh, healthy boundaries coming up, discipline coming up in the third house of of siblings, cousins, aunts, uncles, neighbors, anyone nearby, basically. The third house is our familiar people, places, and things. And there might be something slow about that. Maybe your short distance travel is just slow. Maybe traffic just seems to have gotten worse over the last year for some reason. Maybe your car isn't working. Maybe your ability to kind of get around just in general for some reason is impeded. Maybe the city is just redoing the sidewalk outside of your home. It could be so many things slowing down in the third. Uh, Whatever those challenges have been, also third house learning new things, um, having regular embodiment of what we believe sometimes. Like, so if you're a church goer, this would be like a slowdown in you going to church. Any kind of loss or cooling off of these relationships. I've talked to people where it's like, yeah, I haven't been talking to my siblings as much, but it's because they're at college or something. So, it doesn't have to be bad things with Saturn. Sometimes it's really natural things in life that happen where we have Saturn delay, barrier, loss, strife, cooling off, all of those types of things. So, those types of challenges, then we can look to Jupiter for assistance. So if we are having trouble with the neighborhood that we're in or the community that we're a part of, like the familiar people that we see, at least in those daily, regular interactions, there's some amount of goodwill with Jupiter here. So let's say in the workplace, the people that you see regularly are a little cool or standoffish. At the same time, you've got in the place in the sixth house of your labor, it's like, but Brenda from accounting brought in muffins. Morale is low, but Brenda from accounting brought muffins. If that can pick up the morale very quickly. Now, times have become a bit more desperate. I think it's going to take a little bit more than that. But if we're looking for help, we can look to the sixth house. This is like having a pet that really brightens your day. Maybe it's hard to get out in the neighborhood and walk around, but maybe it's a lot easier because you have to, because you have a dog. Um, this is health and wellness territory in the sixth, and Jupiter here makes it so that there's a little bit of bubble wrap around your health and wellness. Now, is Jupiter like super disciplined with health? Not necessarily. They want to expand and experience and do all the things and experience all of the yum yums. Um, and we want to say yes to those things. At the same time, if you're looking to have Saturnian restraint or something, that's not happening in the health department. What is happening in the health department and the pet department and the labor department is learning. So this could be learning about pets, learning about our health, having more understanding of our health. If you are having, especially like chronic health challenges, Jupiter moving through the sixth can be that answer or that affirmation, validation, or just some piece of information that helps you on your path to figuring out what's going on. Um, this can be, for your pet too, very similarly. If there's been a difficulty understanding the pet, or like let's say it's a cat that's having a hard time eating certain foods, Jupiter can come through and help with our understanding with that. When it comes to conflict in the sixth house, is a classical theme of the sixth house being conflict, war. If you are in any conflicts, Jupiter can come in and be an olive branch, be some kind of goodwill, some kind of forgiveness in that. Can be you giving forgiveness, or they might be more forgiving. If you get into battles with people, maybe it'll blow over really easily. So let's hope it can be a little bubble wrap around that. If you have been having a lot of instability with pets, health, labor, or conflict, Jupiter can bring some level of stabilization to this area. So hopefully that is the case. And if we're looking at ways in which Saturn and Jupiter might find some tension with this square, let's say there's lots of different opportunities at the labor space. Let's say there's lots of different labors to do. Um, Maybe Saturn in the third house is saying healthy boundaries and saying a healthy no to maybe Jupiter either having just a lot of opportunity to do different labors or wanting to. Maybe you want to do some type of, you want to work at like an animal shelter, but it's on the other side of town and you have to take a bus to get there. So there might be some type of discord between what is wanting to be acted on, what opportunities we have, what inspiration we have in the sixth house, especially about service, and some difficulties with the local space, short distance travel, any kind of communication difficulties that are making these opportunities difficult to take advantage of. Let's say you are applying for jobs. The sixth house, having Jupiter in there, can be really helpful for applying to jobs, but Saturn might be some kind of challenge with communication. So, how do we bridge that gap? And so, Saturn can be stepping into authority, stepping into your experience, saying, I have experienced stuff. I've been here long enough. I have mastery, but maybe that's uncomfortable for some reason. So there's lots of constructive possibilities here, but I think we're also picking up on some of the tension or having to compromise or navigate some kind of agreement here between third house and sixth house topics. Um, so again, just to summarize, constrictions, limitations, delays, barriers with Saturn, also responsibilities, duties, accountability. We can have healthy boundaries, discipline, so healthy boundaries with neighbors, with regular people that might be new. And all of those challenges, whatever they are, maybe just slowness in a new learning curve or some delay in a new learning curve, whatever that is, I feel like we're kind of whistling while we work. And the people in our workspace, in our life maintenance space, in our health spaces are helpful for whatever is difficult in the regular area of life, the third. So, these areas are some of just, the third and the sixth are where I go in the chart when I am looking at like, how is this person's regular, mundane, just, chop wood, carry water type of life going? And there's growth pains here. So if what you are doing over the next year is just navigating responsibility and growth and responsibility in your regular life, in your really familiar areas, that would make a lot of sense. And that's kind of a boring delineation there, but I think that that's probably what's going to just vaguely be true for most people. It's like lots of responsibility with familiar people, places, things, but the ability to get through it because you're able to put in those reps and because you're understanding the processes and understanding how to put in those reps. One other thing I want to mention with Capricorn Rising is that if you have your IC floating into the third house, Saturn could be speaking to challenges, all the same keywords, delays, obstacles, responsibilities, commitments, having to do with fourth house topics of parents, home, land, family, private life. So not only is Saturn potentially touching third house topics, but also if your IC falls in the third whole sign house, it could also be bringing in challenges to your fourth house. So just keeping that in mind. That's what I have for Capricorn Rising. For Aquarius Rising, we have this in the second and fifth houses. So, second house being our resources, money, needs, how we get those needs met, and Saturn having some kind of challenge, strife, delay, or placing challenge, strife, delay in those areas of life. So, difficulties with money, delays with money, a loss of money. Saturn can be literal unemployment. So if unemployment is negatively affecting your bank account, that can be a thing. Does that mean that it's going to be like this the whole 2.5 years Saturn is in here? No. Depends on where all of like your other placements are. But, just in general, it is putting a limiting, constraining influence on the bank account. just resources in general as well. So beyond money, time, energy, emotional labor, anything you can give, any skill or talent that is yours, that is the second house. And maybe Saturn is saying, hey, there's not so much of this Aquarius rising to go around. There's so much energy inside of me to do anything. And perhaps, that is holding back in the creativity department, holding us back in the creativity department, which Jupiter might be bringing a lot of opportunity creatively or causing a lot of inspiration, but the ability to make that inspiration into an actual thing or do something with it, etc. Saturn is a bit limited in how much it's able to give to that process. So how can we be discerning in the creative projects that we choose and, hopefully make good choices so that, any kind of lack of energy, we can just use that energy wisely, the energy that we do have. Um, if this is financial difficulties, this could have a chilling effect on the romantic life. It's that classic, I would love to go on dates, but dates cost money. I would love to create or invest into XYZ so in my creative process, but I don't have any money. Would love to give my children like the new pair of Nikes, but don't have any money. So you get the point. It's basically like a lack of funds to fund rest, rest, children, fun, romance, creative expression. And we might have to make some concessions, navigate these areas and make exchanges so that with the limited resources that are here, we can take advantage of opportunity that presents itself as well. So like if there is, okay, I'm going to have several days off of work, is it possible to take a vacation? Is it possible to take advantage of that rest opportunity? Or do I have to work a second job to fill in the blanks? So this can be a really rough time, especially if you're a night chart. When Saturn is in the first and the second, and you are a night chart, that is just a really big hit to your material existence because it's your first house of mind, body, spirit, general circumstances. And then in the second, that's all of the resources that we need to support this whole life. And so when Saturn is in these places, it can be pretty. Can get into some pretty dif- difficulties with really basic foundational things of life, like shelter, food, basic sorts of necessities. Now, maybe this square also with Jupiter means that with the little resources that are had, we can make the most of it. We can make it fun. We can be resourceful. It is Jupiter and Gemini, after all. They're having to be very resourceful. So this is being able to have fun anywhere, in any type of environment with Gemini. It's like there's so many different ways that Jupiter can find fun here and find meaning and purpose and inspiration. So the problem is not going to be opportunities. It's just how do we take advantage of the ones that are there, I think. Um, besides, that kind of tension between the growth and the limiting, just kind of looking at Jupiter more on its own and seeing that, okay, if your fifth house has been challenging, if there has been a lot of instability or tumultuousness or difficulty, Jupiter coming in can add some just stability to that area. And then if you're dating, maybe you have the question of, well, does that mean that I should be dating or I shouldn't be dating with Jupiter in my fifth? And I think the question is more, which one of those improves your romantic quality of life? Is it not dating? Is that what improves your quality of life? Is it liberation, Jupiter, liberation from suffering? Or is it that you find a nice partner and everything's going well there? That's the other one. It's like you're dating and you meet someone who is really nice and that improves your quality of life. So Jupiter coming in here doesn't necessarily mean you must date or it's a good time to date. The answer for you of getting the Jupiter juice might be being single. That might be better for you. It depends on the whole rest of the chart. But now let's say one is dating. In general, we know that whenever Jupiter is in a place, it is going to increase the probability of a yes. It's going to increase the probability of an affirmation. It's not a sure thing. It's not a definite yes, but there's a chance. So if you want to take a chance, this is a decent time to take a chance. Now it is Jupiter and Gemini, so it's a little inconsistent, like there might be some difficult ones in there, but uh, Jupiter might also be you being more likely to say yes, you being more likely to be affirming, and discernment might be really necessary. Saturn might be saying, okay, you might want to be saying yes to all of these opportunities for romance, but there are some really healthy boundaries about needs, about wants, really healthy boundaries and healthy no's stated around what it is or is not acceptable so that needs can be met. Um, so yeah, that might be a little navigation to do, but overall it's kind of like, yeah, the opportunity is there for romance. The opportunity is there for rest. Now, let's say you have children. Sometimes this is one of those examples where I this is so long ago on the astrology podcast, but Lisa and Chris were talking about how someone like in the seventh house, Jupiter in the seventh, can like steal your transit. Your partner can steal your transit, and maybe they get, the lottery ticket or whatever it is. In the fifth, this could be your kids. Maybe your children are having some kind of lucky streak. Maybe your children are um, more jovial or fun loving. Maybe your children are getting a break if they've been having a hard time. So this could be, those kind of blessings of stability with children topics or child rearing. If there's been tumultuousness in the family or with the kids, Jupiter can be goodwill or that olive branch between parent and child. So forgiveness over things, acceptance about things. And it's also learning. Maybe the children are doing a bunch of learning. Maybe everyone's learning together. Maybe it's time to go to the local science museum, but any kind of learning or teaching happening relating to children. I talk to a lot of homeschool parents. This would be, taking on a homeschool role. This would be taking on that role of educator somewhere with fifth house topics, including children. One other thing I wanted to mention about uh, Aquarius risings is that if you have your natal IC that has floated over into the whole sign fifth house, that could mean that Jupiter and those opportunities, expansions, any kind of growth or abundance could also be related to your home, your family, your private life, your parent relationships. So Jupiter has been in your fourth house for the last year. On May 25th, they're going to go into your whole sign fifth house. But again, if your birth chart has the IC in the whole sign fifth house, then it's kind of a continuation of Jupiter blessing those fourth house topics at the same time as Jupiter is also blessing the fifth house topics. So I just want to add, I know that it's a lot of topics that could be, a source of opportunity or you'll be benefiting from the stabilizing influence. And that's great. So I just wanted to let you know about that. So I think that's what I have to say about Aquarius rising. And I think that wraps everything up. Uh, so at this point, I just want to do a little outro and let everyone know kind of that, no matter what rising sign you have, healthy boundaries with Saturn. Saturn helps us with those. Saturn helps us say no. Saturn helps us step into our authority. Saturn can help us be that container that we need to be or create the containers that we need to create in order to do the things that we need to do. It's the discipline. So as much as Saturn is a lot of limitation, constraining, barriers, obstacles, responsibility, duty, obligation, loss, cooling off of things. It is also, there's a coin with two sides, and that other side can be really constructive. So if we can focus on those types of more constructive elements, how can I have discipline or say no or have a healthy boundary or do less or any of those types of more constructive ways. If we can focus our energy on that, I think the Pisces areas will go a lot better. Also remembering to ask for help wherever you have Gemini, looking to Gemini in your chart for areas of assistance and opportunity, as well as knowing that those areas of growth and abundance and opportunity might actually be a bit heavy on the load-bearing parts of Pisces. So lots of maybe fun, cool, exciting stuff, inspiring stuff happening in Gemini, but Saturn being limited in its ability to hold all of that. So having to make some hard choices and be flexible and be able to negotiate and adjust as we go along, dealing with limitation and growth and going through some kind of growing pains, and knowing that there will be other parts in this cycle where we're in a sextile again, and then a square, but then a trine. And so there are going to be other parts of this Saturn Jupiter growth cycle that are more easeful and stabilizing and kind of cleaning up anything that gets a little messy over the next year. So that's my kind of concluding points on it. Hopefully this has been insightful, helpful in some kind of way, and if you're looking at this and it's not making any sense, that's fine. I'm sorry, but you can always ask me comments and questions below. If this did help you, please hit like. Please hit subscribe if you would like to keep up with this. I don't do too many videos like this because I just haven't had the bandwidth. I'm usually doing consulting. So, I always aspire to be doing more things like this. And I was for a little while, but, stay tuned. In the meantime, yeah, most of my energy does go to consults, and that is the best way to support me. So if you would like to support me, best way to do that is book at www.aligninglightastrology.com. I have a whole page of frequently asked questions. If you have questions, if you're not sure what to book or how to book, I do, regular just birth chart readings. I also do timing type readings if you want to look at the weather for the next 6 months, weather for the year ahead. People like that one for birthdays. And birthdays are a good time to get timing readings, by the way, if you're wondering. I also do synastry readings, so relationship readings. If you want to get a reading with a loved one, best friend, coworker, whoever. It's really insightful and enlightening and helps, I think, for people to connect better with more acceptance so we can be like radically authentic. I have that going on, and I have tutoring and mentorship. So if you're a student of astrology, if you are a business astrology person and you just want to talk shop and see how I do things, I'm an open book in those settings. So feel free to do that. And then finally, I do have a sliding scale. So I don't want finances to get in the way of astrology. So if you are really having a tough time financially just to meet your basic needs, you qualify for the sliding scale. If you have been marginalized or disenfranchised by all of the horrible institutions in this nation, you qualify for the sliding scale. So anyone who has been oppressed qualifies for the sliding scale. No questions asked. Just email me at aligninglighastro.com. That's my, at gmail.com, aligninglighastro@gmail.com. That's my email. And then we just set it up there. So I don't use the website for those sliding scale readings, but just know that all you have to do is email me. Sign up for my newsletter. I got a newsletter. I send out one a month, sometimes not at all, but usually once a month. That's where you get the discount codes. And so my final little outro thing is that my discount code all the time is Astrology Podcast, and that will get you a 10% off discount on any of my services. So again, that's Astrology Podcast in affiliation with the Astrology Podcast. And then I just do random discounts, usually of higher value, and you can find those in the newsletter. So sign up for that. I think that's it. So I'm just going to leave us again. I'm going to say it again. Cory Muscara, hold ourselves to some high standards, but hold ourselves with the greatest compassion at the same time. I hope this helps. I hope you all have a great year, and I will see you back here next year to talk about our final jaunt of Saturn through Pisces, and we'll talk about Saturn going into Aries and all of that. So that'll be my third and final one, but until then, I'll see you later.